Hello, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I still don't have the camera thing set up. I don't know, maybe we'll just stop doing the transparent camera because you know what? I'm tired of it. Tired of it killing my computer. So yeah, so I have new audio equipment. I have been tweaking stuff. I'll probably continue to make more tweaks. But yeah, I have a DBS 286S now. This is going to be kind of a trial run. Let me guys know what you think of the audio setup. Do you think it's too bassy? Because I can lower the bass. There's just a little knob. I can go like, and now the bass should be lowered. But yeah. Let me know what you think about the audio setup. I can keep tweaking things. It has a built-in compressor, so I'm not using the OBS one anymore. De-esser, which I don't think really matters. Hear you better? You just have to set your stream louder? Yeah. I think that's definitely the thing it helps with, is just kind of like better. I have better control over the volume of the audio pipeline now, because it's got a preamp and an output volume knob, so I can tweak it a lot better. And with the built-in compressor and stuff, I think it's helpful. Yeah, anyways, I would like to work on Starground today. I know it's been like a million years since we worked on that game, guys. But I have some ideas on stuff I want to do. I want to extend out the tutorial a little bit, so we'll be working on that. And we'll see what else we get up to. I do want to port over the research system from Lured In, so we'll go over all that stuff. But yeah. So let's go ahead and go into here. So I might possibly, for my webcam on here, crop it a little bit now, because I don't want it to be in the way. What is it? It's like you hold Alt. There we go. I imagine it might get annoying. The only thing is it does break our illusion a little bit from our overlay. So that's going to be a little scuffed. But it'll be fine. Is that better? Is it too tall? Probably. There we go, guys. I'm probably going to have to... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Anyways. So, I know this is not Starground, but I figured let's go over this first. I've been working more on Lured In. I've got some cool new things to show you guys. Yo. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, now it's kind of like off. We'll see. So, I added in a bunch of new things, actually. There's icons on the buttons. We got efficiency and maximum offline time now. So, pretty epic. I changed all the, like, monetary things to, per minute instead of per second. Because I was tired of, like, it's really arbitrary because all the values for passive were like 0.01 and stuff. It was just like, man. So now it's just nice whole integer numbers, 2 per minute, 10 per minute. You know, it's just better that way. Yeah, I can move this guy in here. Boom. It's generating $2 a minute. So then also, ignore my obscene amount of money. Yeah, we got the icons. You might see this new research in here. It looks pretty peculiar. It's Ascension. I've added Ascension into the game. I might rename it to Rebirth or Prestige. What do you guys think would make the most sense? We've got Ascension, Rebirth, or Prestige. But you can get these ascension points. You can go spend them on powerful upgrades. Like this is just increasing offline limit, and then this is offline efficiency. We've got a researcher power, so it doubles the output of them. This one just doubles all of your passive and sell value of everything, so it's pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna keep fleshing this tree out more. I need to add more research also. I have some ideas. What's coming along? Yeah, that's the main thing. And I did a bunch of tweaking to the values on all the fish, so I'll be putting this update up pretty soon. But yeah. Anyways, now we're gonna talk about Starground. That's the actual game that we're gonna work on. Oh, also, I added an option to swap the font now to like a regular font. Just because, you know, it's nice. I've been testing a bunch of fonts in here, and some of these I just don't really like. Roboto's okay, but for some reason, I don't know why, it makes it look like it's AI generated to me. It's really odd. And I think it's just because this font is so widely used that a lot of AI training data uses Roboto. It's a strange thing though, I don't know. But that's why I'm not going to use that one. I like Helvetica. It's a pretty good font. Anyways. Enough loading, get out of here. Let's go to Starground. So yeah, I'm going to be working on kind of a smaller update for the 7th because that's when ignore this. Whatchamacallit, the 2 Left Thumb sale starts, and then also a like another fest. It's what's it called again? Flash Vibe sale or whatever it was. I guess it's like yeah. So I want to work on like the onboarding experience of Starground more, because I think it could really use it. I think one thing that's kind of lacking a little bit right now is like the tutorial stuff. If we open up the game, let's go over this stuff. But I think we need to extend it out a little bit more, because it was definitely interesting watching Graham play the game, and it kind of made me realize that, like, okay, the people that have already played automation games and stuff, it's like, yeah, it makes sense, but I could see how it could get confusing. Also, I think it would help a lot with, like, I don't know, kind of giving the player more ideas on what to do next if we extend out the tutorial a little bit. So all right, so let's go ahead and reset our tutorials. I have tutorials enabled, yeah. So if we go ahead and just make a new world. So right now, as far as it goes up to, okay, you mine stone, right? Blah, 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 typical. And then it tells you build a furnace. But then after that, it's basically, that's it. And I think we could extend that out a little bit more. Like, this stuff is all good so far. Build a furnace. I might add in some like rich text label stuff in here, like just to highlight important information, like, you know, highlight furnace and the button to open it, blah, blah, blah. But so we pop that down, and then that's where the tutorial basically ends. And I think we should extend that out a little bit more, perhaps. I think what I'm going to do is add a checklist over here that kind of integrates with the tutorial on things that you have to do. Because I think what I'm going to do is basically hold the player's hand through the process of creating the star launcher, right? That should probably be good. And then that's kind of a good point to be like, all right, now go do your own thing. Because you could go to the space hub, you could go dungeoning, you can just do more automation stuff. It's kind of like a good branching off point. So just think about how we want to set this up. Yeah, I do need to like move this tutorial down below the mini map or something, because it is a little quirky the way it is right now. So let's go mess with that. So how do I want to do this though? I've got, come on, let me select it. So this is a tutorial box. Although the problem is it's like, but I guess if it's beneath the minimap, it doesn't matter. I guess I just worry about static references to these things, so I might have to fix that, but we'll see. So I guess we're just going to go ahead and do this. These don't really matter, just move those over there. So we're going to put the minimap in this VBox and also the tutorial. We're going to... Alright, now this is going to mess up the sizing, isn't it? Actually, it doesn't seem like it did. Well, the minimap size is a little bit fricked up. It's okay. So this is going to go top right. So that should help. I'm sure that this is going to be broken for the game. It's probably going to crash. I mean, let's see how I get references to this stuff, because hopefully I just do an export variable, but I honestly don't remember. It's probably going to be super broken. Let's see what happens. Let's go reset our tutorials. Okay. It's not completely broken. Now, question is, though, do I want the tutorial down there? Because it does look a little cursed, if I'm being honest. Maybe instead I just put the tutorial over here to the left of the minimap. That might feel a little bit better. So we can change this into a H-box container. And put the tutorial before the minimap. And we could try this out. Have to redo it. There we go. Make sure this is on shrink begin. Let's try this, shall we? Loading. We have to reset our tutorials again. Okay. This might be a better position for this. Yeah, I think that's pretty good there. Because then, like, as we adjust our minimap size, you can see it'll be fine. Now, that's the only problem here, though, is that it goes beneath the health display. So let's move that above like that. There we go. But it is nice and front and center. I mean, I think it's probably our best bet for where we're gonna put this. I mean, obviously when the map is smaller. Because yeah, it's really odd down here. It kind of juts out into the center of your screen. So I guess that's gonna be the spot. I don't know. It's hard to say. Unless we did like an in-game tutorial where Gearbird actually shows up. That'd be pretty crazy. But it's a lot of work right now. Also, that goes to the top left for some reason. Actually, there's a new thing now that I think we can enable to fix that. You just have to set the pivot offset ratio. So if we go into here, let's just say ready. Pivot offset ratio is equal to vector 2.1. That should fix it. So let's go see if it does. Wipe the tutorials again. Oh, and actually I shouldn't do the X though. It should just be, or I shouldn't do the Y. This is not the tutorial. Okay. We'll just say .x is equal to 1. All right. Try this again. Makes me appreciate how easy developing is with Lurden and Deadlift because it's single player. I know this stuff isn't really multiplayer related, but still. Yeah, people say like, you know, it'd be super cool to have multiplayer in Deadlift, and it would be, but it adds so much complexity to development. It's just not even a bro moment. There we go. So now we can build our furnace. I don't know why it flashed there for like a microsecond. Okay, that's not gonna work. Oh, alignment was begin. That's probably why it was stupid. Alright. But that should work. Just call this like top right. Now, do I reference this anywhere though, right? Do I say mini game? Not mini game, what am I? Tutorial. Yeah, because I have this thing UI. Okay, no, that's a different menu. Add tutorial to queue. So hopefully we're all good. Okay, so that just calls a, yeah, so I think we're good. Materia, Opus Dungeon. Okay, so now that that's positioned better, let's go write this down, the change logs. Made it so the tutorial is now to the left of the minimap, so it doesn't get blocked. All right. So let's go ahead and dive into the tutorial code and stuff here. Also want to add another rich text label over here. It'll be behind the player list, but the player list is like a little temporary pop-up kind of thing. Like, it's not something that you have open all the time. So I don't think it'll matter. And theoretically, I could just put it above the player list, but no, let's not do that. So I'm going to call this objectives, and maybe we can use this for other things in the future. I'm not really sure, but I might as well just kind of get this programmed in a way that it's adaptable. Don't do any auto wrapping or anything. So now we can just put text over here on the side like this. I don't know why there's like a minimum height. I guess it's just because of size. Set that to 0. Make sure that mouse is set to ignore. And also with focus, I have to make sure it's, what is this, accessibility? Yeah, focus none. So one thing actually I need to make sure that works with a new engine update is controller might be a little quirky. because they've changed like the way that the focusing system works a little bit. I'll show you guys what I mean. So, hey, Nick Jack, welcome in. How's it going? Because when you click on these buttons now, it doesn't automatically cause it to have that little focus outline, which is good. I'm glad that they did that, but I do worry though. Because here, if I turn on my controller, I have to like, did I replace batteries? Okay. Ooh. So it seems like everything's fine, but I do want to... Weird that the options button is just staying visible, like staying highlighted. Oh, it's because my mouse is on it, yeah. Pretty good, I think, yeah. Okay, so everything so far seems okay. We can do R1 and L1 through here. Did the options menu shrink? Or is this just how it is? I should just make it the same width as the controls section, probably. So we don't get it like flickering in size when you go through here like this. Now that I've been working on Deadlift and lured in, it really like... almost like coming back to Starground. There's a lot of things where I'm like, that's weird and stupid. Which is good that I feel that way. Because I can fix them. Okay, the thing I really want to test with this is like the star launcher. It's kind of the main thing here. Yeah, I can just enable creative here. It's weird that it shows... It's fine. Okay, star launcher, boom. Back to controller. So I want to make sure the menu here and stuff works okay still. Which it looks like we're okay. Yeah, so as soon as I hit X on this, it'll... Uh-oh. Yeah, this is what I was worried about, is references to minimap. So I bet there's probably more. Let's search the entire project for that. Let's just search whenever we've mentioned... Yeah, match the case minimap. Yeah, it would really frickin' suck if I, Okay, yeah, the player does that. Yeah, if I accidentally broke something, that'd be terrible. Because this is inside of the player, so why don't I just use my variable minimap? I think that's like literally the only one. These ones call groups, which is good. Now, these are saying... body, if body is player. So I don't want to say get node minimap. I'm just going to say body.minimap. It's okay if we have a static like path reference in the player, but let's see for sure. You said wait briefly, now you have fresh eyes for it. Yeah, definitely. That's one of the reasons why I think actually working on other stuff is like a good thing. I always kind of worry people think that I'm like abandoning Starground or something, but really it's kind of not the case. I think it's actually going to be a good thing for Starground, I think. Because I've been just thinking of so many better ways to do things and like, I don't know. Sometimes developing a game, you get kind of really like, you focus in too much and you kind of forget to look at things, you know, a bigger picture in mind. So it's really, I think, a good thing to take a step back every once in a while and like, because I've been working through a lot of systems I don't really ever touch, right? Like options menu, for example. Like, yeah, I sprinkle on a new option as Starground every now and then, but like I've fundamentally rebuilt the whole way it works in Lurden and Deadlift, and I think that's really good because it's like I'm diving back into things that I've done years ago that now I can do better. So yeah, I feel like it's a good way to kind of develop, to be honest, like kind of do a almost like a dual, like work on multiple things at the same time. I mean, it really depends. I imagine for some people it might be like too difficult to discipline yourself to equally spend time on it all, but at least for me, I feel like it's been good. Because yeah, the other games really, they're kind of like just it's a new opportunity to experiment. I can't really experiment with Starground because experimenting with Starground usually means that I'm gonna break something and that's bad. I don't think I referenced tutorial anywhere, so I think we're okay on that one. Yeah, we just had to fix the minimap reference. But like with Lurden and Deadlift, they're not even out. They're still just in playtesting mode, so like if anything goes wrong, it's fine. It's not gonna like directly impact people that have paid money for them. Like it's just a funny little bug and I'll fix it for the next update, so it doesn't even matter. Yeah, I do like some of the systems I have set up in like Lurden, for example. I did that whole like menu system. And I actually really like how that works because it's super easy to add a new menu anywhere in the project. And they just all kind of work with each other. I just have this UI manager class that kind of like knows which menu is open and stuff like that. So it was super easy. Like, for example, I can just throw in a little pop-up menu thing and stuff like that. It was very convenient. So I can like set transitions and close the UI and all that kind of stuff. I mean, to be fair, Starground is much more complicated than Lurden. There's a lot more systems, but like, I don't know, maybe one day I kind of transfer that concept over to Starground. But we'll see. It is hard to say. It's definitely hard to transfer or to like refactor sometimes than it is to just completely restart, I'll be honest. Just gonna go through the tutorial here. All right, so yeah, left thing to access the furnace. Great work. Okay, so let's build the star launcher again. Boom. Just want to make sure everything's working before I obviously push an update that's broken. I would like to try and like get this update out for like experimental branch, but I don't know if we'll have time for that. We'll see. Just kind of going through here and making sure everything feels normal on controller. There's probably things that are broken that I just like haven't realized yet, which is bad. But the best I can do is just kind of go through and try to identify issues, I guess. But so far everything still feels the same. I don't think that change that 4.6 made with the focus stuff was actually that big of a deal, so I think we're probably okay. Hello, good sir. All the weapons. I do need to increase the values of all those. It's kind of a little bit silly. Burgundy to snail. Would be cool if I could make it so that when they're talking over there on the left for the quest, they actually like do their voice lines. Because I mean, I have it set up already, so like why not? I don't know, maybe I'll do that. One thing that I think is different that I keep noticing is I think the rich text label like stays, you can see it like automatically turns to the maximum height that it's gonna be for the text to be printed out, if that makes sense. Which is a little interesting. I don't know if that's actually a difference or if I'm just remembering wrong. It might just be that. But yeah. Good rewater. I forgot this quest was in the game. Oh, did I misspell that? I said hear. Like hearing something. Big fail. So there's no way for me to move this box down, I realize. I need to fix that on controller. I'll throw that in here. I know I have like a bug section somewhere, I think. Features, bugs. Can't scroll down on controller inside of quest menu. Can't open this anymore, right? I'm pretty sure I disabled it. Yeah, this is the old quest board. I just leave it there now as decoration because why not? But I might have to, I don't know, change that, make it do something. Software is that for listing bugs? This is Obsidian. It's just a note-taking app. And I like it because it uses MD files for like the text here, so I can do cool formatting stuff. So like for example, I can do like a title like this, and it automatically like has the list of all my things over here. You can also do a checklist with like Control L. You can make a list like this, and it's really nice for developing. I can like write down all the things I need to do and then just mark them off like this. Just be like boom, boom, boom. Very convenient. And it's completely free. There is like a thing you can buy if you want like apparently it's for mobile. It's called like Obsidian Sync. It's just so that you can sync notes between like your mobile devices and your computer and stuff, and it costs like it's like $4 a year, which is actually a year. Oh no. Okay, it's per month. It's just the yearly billing. But yeah, it's completely optional. Otherwise, it's completely free. And yeah, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I'm gonna use something other than my memory. Yeah, I totally feel that. Yeah, I've been using it for a while. And I've really enjoyed it. It's just a little bit more powerful than something like I used to just use like Notepad. Notepad was fine, but I really like the extra features you get with Obsidian, like being able to do lists is super cool. Plugins do I use? I don't even think I use very many plugins. Not sure. I don't even see. I have some of these enabled just because I was experimenting, but I don't actually use them, like the that one canvas plugin or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really looked at Excalidraw, but I don't really use it. I don't know. I do want to look around because it's been a while since I've checked what's going on. There's probably a lot more things now. Yeah, get Kanban, that's like, yeah. Style stuff, icons, remote saving. This is like bypassing that. It's crazy. I'm sure some of these are cool, but I don't know. Obsidian, just vanilla to me already is very like nice to use. I just haven't even really felt a need to like get plugins. I don't know, maybe some of these could be useful. It's hard to say. Make.md, what's that? Okay. Day planners, highlighter, daily, weekly, monthly. They're all cool stuff. I just don't know if any of it would really apply to the way I use Obsidian. It's hard to say. Commands, hover editor. Checklist, which... Okay, consolidates all checklists into a single view. That is kind of actually pretty cool, though. Something like that might be neat. Yeah, I'll look around at those later, though, for sure. I know there's a lot of plugins, so I should look into all those. Anyways. Yeah, I think we're pretty much good to go here, then. With controller. I'm not seeing any issues, so I think we're probably fine. Yeah, this one had the flashlight. Anyways. Okay, tutorial. We fixed the bad references. So, oh yeah, I like purposely increased the size on Steam Deck because, man, it was annoying. For some reason, I don't know what happened, but on Steam Deck, they, when I did the Steam Deck review for Starground, they like played the game at like a super tiny UI resolution. And I was just like, why? And then they complained that the UI was too tiny. It's just like, man, it's really annoying. I'll show you guys the review. It was kind of almost comedic. They were like, the text is too small to read, and then they sent like an image of it or whatever, I think, and it was like, it's because they made the UI scale tiny. So I did fix that. But yeah, I don't know, this is pretty funny. I didn't know they have a SteamOS compatibility thing now. That's actually interesting. I guess it's because of all their upcoming SteamOS stuff. Let's see, download installed, let's go, yeah, nice. I've tried all others, but saw that as the only issue. Yeah. I got it set up now in Steam Deck where it purposely locks down that slider so people don't make it stupid. Because I don't know, I guess sometimes you gotta purposely do that. I'm trying to find the image that they took. I know they did take like images, I just can't remember. I don't know if I can like view them. I don't know where. And I told them to choose a specific branch, I think, and they didn't do it. I think that's part of the problem that happened. I like fixed things and told them to use the experimental branch, and then they did not use the experimental branch. And it was like, oh man. Because I probably would have gotten it verified if they did. But oh well. Yeah, this is past. Whatever, this is published. This is the past report. I don't know if it shows the images still. No, I don't see them. But oh well. But anyways, it's fine. Sped up game removed await timer, yeah. Hey, Brownhounds, how's it going? You doing good, sir? I'm doing pretty good. We're working on Starground today. I want to flesh out the tutorials a little bit more because I think they're a little bit too brief. It does tell you how to make a furnace and stuff, but it doesn't really tell you what to do with the furnace or anything. It's just kind of, okay, have fun. So I want to extend it out so that it kind of holds your hand up until the point where you make the star launcher. I think this is going to be better. So I'm going to be get working on that here in just a second. Just trying to think of like the way I want to do it. Starground's playable in Steam Deck? Yeah, it's pretty playable. There's like a couple minor things that are a little quirky, but I would say it's like 95% playable. Mostly it just has to do with controller stuff, but it's also the Steam Deck. I mean, it does have like, you can just tap on it. So that kind of fixes any problems you would ever run into with controller inputs, but yeah. And I do have like the UI scaling option, which helps a lot on Steam Deck since the screen is tiny. So you can just kind of up that and it works out pretty well. But yeah. I wait for this to load up. Yeah, I bought a Steam Deck specifically for testing the game on there, so yeah, you can up the UI scale. Actually, I think I locked the UI scale larger on the Steam Deck to like this level or something, but yeah. Yeah, it runs pretty well. I mean, obviously, like huge, enormous factories might start to get a little slow, but otherwise, it's good for the most part. Wishlist it then. Let's go. Thank you very much. So we buy it over the weekend and have some time to sink into games. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Also, Kid John Kid, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's going to be going on sale on the 7th, so definitely wait until the sale then if you're thinking about grabbing it. Might as well. Just joined in, you're making an Automation Factory game. Yeah, we are working on Starground right now. We're going to extend out the tutorial system a little bit more, just because I think it's not quite hand-holdy enough. I had this queuing system here, so what this does is it yeah, this is gonna check, like, I can put in an ID for the next tutorial here. And then 3, that's like the final one here. Yeah, dismissible. I think I have a table for tutorials now, which is good. I thought. Maybe not. Starground tutorial basics. I know I have this somewhere. Okay, it's just in here. Yeah, so these are all the tutorials and stuff and required and all that kind of jazz. I don't actually use that required array yet, but yeah. Cam SSL, yeah. So let's see here. So we've got Mine Stone, Build Furnace. I think we just need to add another one in here. That's like smelt materials. Right. And then the text key for this, as a placeholder, we're just going to put in the actual tutorial text and then later put it in a translation sheet. I'm going to rename this tutorial basics finished. Yeah, let's actually do this. Tutorial basics, Mine Stone, tutorial basics, build furnace. I think it's just a little bit easier to know then from the ID what it's doing. And then we need smelt materials. Build star launcher. And yeah. So now in here, two hardest things in programming, cache handling and naming things. Yeah, it's very true. I'll just say you can use your furnace to smelt metals. let's start working toward building a star launcher. And then I'll have like a list over on the left of the things you need. I'll just say, smelt the metals as shown on the left. Something, we'll figure it out. But I'll say, great. You have everything you need. Go ahead and place it down from the building menu. Okay. And then in here, we're probably going to change that as well. So yeah. So back to the tutorial. We're now going to queue all these on. So mine stone. We've got build furnace. Then this is basics complete. I think it's smelt metals or something I called it. What did I even call it? Smelt materials, and then build Starlight. So now with those set up, we can see what's going to happen here. I have to restart the game, but it'll extend it out a little bit. We need to add in like all the checks to make sure that we actually have the proper amount of materials and hook it up so it displays the info over on the left and stuff of what you need, but that's all pretty easy to do. Let's reset the tutorials. It should show up in here now. Yeah. So let's go to single player. Let's check it out. Welcome, mine 10 stone. So I'm just gonna speed this up so we can test it. Let's turn on creative mode. Boom, I totally mined. Oh. Oh, it's checking for the wrong ID now. Do have to be careful of that. Right here, mine stone. There we go. Build a furnace. That's also another one that I need to fix now because it does place furnace. Tutorial place furnace, huh? Let's go look at this. Where is it? Tutorial. Okay, if place furnace, then do build furnace. Like that. So let's place another one. Boom. Oh. Interesting. Dismissible is not defined, apparently. Let's go fix that. Oh yeah, I just forgot to put it in here. But this one's not dismissible. Same with this one. Okay. Let's try this again. Come on, game, load. What's the performance of large factories a focus of Starground? I'm always looking for new games to build mega bases in. Yeah, it's definitely... I try my best, for sure. I've done a lot of optimizations recently to make large factories run better, but it is very difficult. I do really admire like how much performance like Woob was able to get out of Factorio and stuff. It's actually insane, the hoops they jump through for that. I definitely wouldn't go into it expecting that kind of performance out of it, but you know, there are some pretty big factories people have made though. I'm loading into one. It doesn't run super great with this factory, I don't think. Well, let's check it out. But yeah, to be completely honest, I wouldn't say Starground's the best automation title if you specifically want to build enormous factories, but you know, I always trying to think of new ways to optimize stuff. So, but yeah, it's hard. Having this many objects and stuff in the world is really crazy. Optimize. But yeah, we're only getting like 30 FPS. This is a relatively big factory for Starground, but you know, to anybody that's played Factorio, you know, this really isn't that big comparatively, so it's tricky. Yeah, I'd get lots more if they were not hampered by the past design decisions, but writing the entire game at this point would be infeasible. Yeah. Yeah, I think one thing that would have really improved performance of like a game like Factorio is probably removing inserters, because I know that's one of their biggest like performance things is the logic that's required to be calculated, like because inserters have to check if they can add an item in with the right filter and all that kind of stuff. I can definitely see how removing that would probably be a big change, but yeah, it's kind of too late. Honestly, I've never really played Factorio to the point where I've actually hit a performance bottleneck. But yeah. Yeah, Factorio standards is a starter base. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I'd say the kind of progression of Starground is very different from a game like Factorio. There's more like, it's kind of more about vertically building your factory instead of just building more, if that makes sense. Because I mean, from the very beginning, I knew there's no way I'm ever gonna be able to optimize enough to reach Factorio levels without building like a custom engine. It's just not possible. Also, you know, as one person, I think that also definitely puts a constraint on the amount of time I can actually spend optimizing, unfortunately. So, but yeah, it's exporting mineral water. Starground speed around 90%. Yo. Oh yeah, I reset all my tutorials. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, this is a fencer's base. It's got this crazy long, all these walkways. It's pretty epic. I think this is optimal. Yeah, pretty cool. So the other planets aren't running right now? No, they're all running at the same time. All of everything, your whole factory is always running no matter where you are in the world. So you could be over in the space hub and things are still going to be doing things. But yeah. And funny little, if we enable God mode, you can see these planets are all just here. It gets super laggy when I zoom out like this, but that's the overworld, that's Viridian, that's Tyria, so it's they're all just actively running in the background. Yeah, it's kind of the easiest way to do it, because one of the big challenges too with Starground is it's multiplayer, right, which is kind of a huge headache when it comes to like dealing with concurrent worlds, because I kind of have to like have all of the worlds running at the same time, at least the way that it's kind of set up with the Godot multiplayer. Otherwise, like, I don't know how else. I mean, yeah, you could spend time on this kind of stuff and make like your own custom solutions, but I think it gets to a certain point though where it just becomes so much work, it's not really feasible anymore as one person. So I think Factorio is written in C with SDL and custom engines, so they have leverage for, yeah, optimizations. Yeah, it is wild, the optimization they put into it. I think a big thing that I've also kind of learned from optimization on Starground is like, it's not really so much about the language you're using or anything like that. I think the thing that matters most is just your creativity in approaching optimization problems like these, because I've been able to optimize much more than I kind of ever thought I would with Starground by just trying to come up with new ways to reduce the number of calculations that happen. It's been really hard, but like it's still a little buggy, but you can see when we zoom out, you can see like the edges are being culled because apparently Godot culling is not that good. They did actually change their rendering engine now over to DirectX 3D 12 instead of Vulkan. So actually I wonder if like this optimization now is useless. It's hard to say. I might experiment turning it off to see if it changes anything, because they might be doing like built-in sprite culling finally. I'm not really sure. But yeah. Yeah, I've been building my own engine for Factorio-like factories. Oh yeah, let's go. Can never be as fast with a pre-made engine. Yeah. I think the building your own engine kind of allows you to avoid a lot of the overhead from an engine like Godot. I mean, Godot doesn't have like a ton of overhead or anything, but there's a lot of things that are... The whole thing is that Godot is designed to be multi-purpose. Like, you can build any kind of game in Godot. So I definitely think, of course, a custom-made engine will always have, you know, an edge over a pre-built like this, but, you know, it's all just a matter of, like, trade-offs. Did I really want to spend years and years developing my own custom engine when Factorio is already kind of doing it better? It just didn't really seem to add up in my head, so that's why I didn't bother. But yeah. So it's quite big adding all the planets together. Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of space in Starground, and that's not even the biggest world size. Like, that's the... Pretty sure that was... Okay, no, it was 256, but there's still a lot of space to build. I mean, I've never really felt like playing Starground. I've ever not had enough space, to be honest, but... Yeah, and I think that's also part of the fun. I kind of also feel like... I think, building with a limited world size makes things more interesting in a lot of ways. Like, when you have an infinite world, it's cool. I think infinite worlds are cool, but it always just becomes a thing of like, you're never ever going to have like a throughput challenge or anything. You just keep building out forever. Just build more and more and more. But sometimes you come up with more creative solutions when you have a limited world like that. And I think it's fun. So yeah. Also, Starground's not Factorio, so no point in comparing. I mean, yeah, they're definitely quite a bit different, I would say. Factorio is like pure efficiency, build a massive, huge factory. I would almost say Starground is more similar to like a game like Satisfactory, where yeah, there's automation, but it's really more kind of focused on verticality and building more efficiently versus just building more. And also, you know, it's not really just an automation game. It's got dungeoning, so that's kind of a obviously major change. But yeah. I'm sure I'm at the point where I've been searching for a super optimized factory game for so long. I decided I'll do it myself. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, but at the same time, Godot core is written in C, but all gameplay code runs in scripting language, which is most likely garbage collected. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes there can be... Like, I think one of the things I've ran into with that is, even if you have nodes in the scene that aren't doing anything, it does have some overhead that you have to be aware of. And I've ran into that a lot with Starground, where, like, one of the big optimizations I've been attempting is, like, just working on decreasing the overall number of objects, because them just existing is a performance impact. So yeah, it's been tricky, but you know, that's part of the fun of developing Starground, though, in my opinion. It's trying to come up with solutions to problems like those, and so far I've been able to. It's really interesting. You always feel like you've hit like a wall with optimization. There's no way I'm ever gonna be able to make this run better, and then you somehow find a way. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, this is Basics mine stone or whatever. Just making sure I have all this set up. Oops. Basics 1. Basics 3. Okay, yeah, we're good. Diminishing returns also? Yeah, definitely. I'm sure I've been working on this for 2.5 years. Yeah. Have the engine dub, but no game on top of it. Yeah, like that's always the trade-off you run into with building an engine. It is really cool, but it's a big initial time investment. You know, spending years on just the tools to create the game and not even the game itself. So definitely just depends on what you're aiming for. So many things that gaming is pretty awesome. I appreciate it. Yeah. That always seems to be another smart thing to do after, or to get another 1.5 times speed up. Yeah, right. It's pretty crazy. I can't imagine like how much work goes into the Factorio optimization. I think at some point they said they're gonna make the code open source, and I'm actually really interested to like look at that because there's probably a lot of things in there I could apply to Starground. It'll be pretty cool. That's the thing I'm most interested about open source Factorio code. It's just how do they optimize that stuff? Because they've probably got some crazy stuff going on. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know if they said or like when they're gonna do that, but they said at some point. So we'll see. Similar spot. There are two kinds of people. People who make games, people who make engines. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I feel like if I were making an engine, I'd probably start to get pretty bored. I mean, the idea of it is really cool. I do definitely respect the people that spend the time to do it. I think that's great for them, but to me, I think seeing the actual game come together is really good motivation to keep getting things done. I think it might be difficult if I were to like, I don't know, I just wouldn't get that much. I bet some days it's probably hard to feel kind of a sense of things coming together. But I don't know, no idea. I've never really made an engine, so I have no idea. Cool from the start was just if I wrote a Factorio like today, how fast could it be? Yeah. And ending up at like 40 to 50 times Factorio size. Yeah, that's crazy. That's pretty insane. Man, I can't even like Factorio to me already is like eons beyond the size that I feel like I could reasonably build to. I can't imagine 50 times that size. That's insane. But yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out when you've got it going and stuff. What am I missing in here? Oh yeah, we need to have a check now for in here. So I'm going to start checking this ID if it is tutorial basics melt materials. I'm going to be checking for when the player has the correct number of things. Oh, and this is on animation finish, so let's not do that. Let's go into process here. Yes, right here. If the player is active, which I don't even know if this needs to run because I don't think the player has to be active for the tutorial to exist. Anyways, and I don't have to say that anymore. I can just say inventory. I get count. Iron ingot is greater than 10, and also copper. What is it? It's 20 iron ingots and 20 stone brick. Starground stone brick. All right, so let's go test this out now. That anyone could build a factory that actually lags? Yeah, that's Mega Base and Factorio already take like 1,000 hours. Yeah, that would be pretty pretty insane. The only way I could see it if there's like a lot of, you'd have to have some kind of like automatic blueprinting system, because obviously in Factorio you can, all the blueprints you place have to be manual. I think the only way to really exceed the rate at building would be like automatic blueprints. It's actually my biggest game design issue. How to design a game where you build factories is huge without it being grindy or taking forever. Yeah. Maybe automatic blueprints, right? That seems like probably a good way to do it. I know there's a couple mods for Factorio that allow you to automate blueprints, and it's very interesting. Yeah. I haven't really messed with them before, but I imagine there's a lot of interesting machines you can build, like self-replicating factories and stuff like that is really neat. And that would be crazy too. Imagine like you build a self-replicating factory and like you can't turn it off, and now part of the gameplay becomes managing your, trying to figure out how to shut them down. That'd be pretty crazy. Well, this place has a lot of stone. All right, so we're gonna check this out. Let's turn on cheats. Factory becomes sentient. Yeah, that'd be crazy, man. Next horror game, yeah. I do always like that concept in horror of like a self-replicating building. There's like that one anime that does it. Blame, or whatever, however you pronounce it. I always thought it was a neat idea. Like a runaway building, or whatever that's you call that. Okay, so we place the furnace. Oh. Why is it still saying dismissible is not? I thought I had the next one in line here. Smelt materials. Let's go back up to global, make sure that we have it in there. Oh. Basic smelt materials. Let's try that again. So we got an ad starting soon. My apologies, gamers. I cannot snooze any longer. Have blueprints, but imagine the scale. Biggest factory I've running requires 1 billion solar panels. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah. I think one of my must-have mods for Factorio is Factorismo. Oh yeah, the one that with the buildings. Yeah, I've always liked that mod. It's pretty cool. Yeah, infinite cramp space. Yeah. I kind of like the challenges it requires you to solve with that, because like you do have as much space as you want, but now you have to figure out like how are you gonna get all of your items in and out in a space efficient way. It's kind of cool. Okay, give myself some stone. Let's make sure this doesn't crash. Build a furnace. All right, now it says smelt materials. I don't know why this text seems smaller. Is it actually smaller? It seems like it is. I don't know what's up with that. So now if we give ourselves 20 iron ingots. Oh, iron ingot 20. And then also stone brick 20. Yep, tutorial goes away. And it's trying to play the other one, which is not real. So I have to add in the basics. Basics build star launcher. I just didn't put the right ID in global again. And that should be it. So then once we place down that, it should work. So we can just kind of copy the exact same code from the furnace. Which is right here. We just call place furnace. Actually, I could probably make that function better. Right, there's no reason to Do I have like a function to specifically finish a tutorial? I don't think I do. So let's add another one called function finish. Or complete tutorial ID. And we can just do this. And I don't know if I have that referenced anywhere. Hopefully not. Now we can just check if it's equal to current tutorial ID. And next. I don't know why it's saying, oh, we're at a colon. So now we can just pass that over in there. Like, we'll just copy the ID for this one, which is tutorial build furnace. Go into here and add that on as a argument. And we do the exact same thing in here for the Star Launcher, so. All right, ads are over. Sorry about that, everybody. Where's the Star Launcher code? Oh, right, it's still called like Spaceship, isn't it? I need to rename it at some point. So basics, build, Star Launcher. Oh, now this function is not that. I only played that mod in the mod pack where you start a building. Oh yeah, that one. I've seen that one before. Seems like it would be kind of fun, honestly. Build Star Launcher right here. Or wait, no, what's the ID I'm trying to do? Complete tutorial ID. So replace that one. This is the Star Launcher, and then the furnace. All right, so hopefully this works. Let's try it out again. Yeah, I want to get into more Factorio mod packs and stuff. I think it would be pretty fun. I've been wanting to do that for a while. But it's kind of the thing of like... Factorio takes up so much time, though. I know if I start a mod pack, that's like 1,000-hour commitment, so... It's always like... I would love to, but at the same time... you know... It's a lot. It's hard to say. It's hard to say if it's a good idea to or not, because it's going to take time away from me actually finishing my own game, so... Philippine Crestorio. Yeah, Crestorio seems cool. I've been wanting to try that one out. Space Age, or Space Exploration, seems pretty cool. Because now it's out for... like, you know, the whole 2.0 content, so I'm curious to see how it kind of fits in with that. Because from what I've heard, apparently it's supposed to, like, not replace the vanilla stuff. I don't know, it'll just be interesting to see, I think. 20 stone brick. Alright, so now I just build the Star Launcher. Boom. And there we go. Oh. It's because it did the wrong tutorial once again. Tutorial basics complete. Should have done that. Oh, I said basics finished. It's not the right ID. Starground's moddable? Yeah, I've been wait, what's this? Dismissible. Okay, yeah, it's true by default. Yeah, I've been working on modding support and stuff in the background. I do want to give it some more attention soon, because I think with the eventually once 1.0 comes out, I'd love to kind of launch that with some mods on the Steam Workshop. So hopefully we'll be doing that more. Also now with like the way that the patching system works inside of Godot, it's kind of interesting. I think That might be a good way to do it. I don't know how you actually, like, do it. I haven't... Like, you don't say export. Because that does the exe. I think you can just export... Yeah, export a PCK as a patch. So that's actually great. I'm excited to integrate that into the modding sequence. I think I might just possibly make the game code open source so that you guys can start actually, you know, doing stuff. Obviously, there's the risk of people, like, re-releasing the game and stuff, but I think it's, at this point, it's okay. Dyson Sphere is pretty cool as well. Yeah. Yeah, they're always adding a bunch of stuff to that game. I do also want to play that one. It does seem pretty cool. I did play with, like, the new combat stuff they added, like the aliens, and I don't know, for me personally, I didn't really enjoy it very much. I just felt like it didn't really integrate with, like, the base content very well, and it's just kind of a weird side thing. So, I don't know. But I like all the other parts of the game. Luckily, I think you can turn all that stuff off, so I am glad they added that. But yeah. And stone brick. Build the star launcher. Right here. There we go, basics complete. Yeah, now I need to change this tutorial because it says you should build a star launcher. Already did it. So yeah. PvP is really fun, but my opinion struggles a bit with the basics. No Control Z, weird planet seams. No blueprinting across sectors. That's interesting. Yeah. You can turn the enemies off, but the game forces you to kill the enemies for the best buildings. Oh, that's too bad, yeah. Yeah, it's a little silly. Yeah, it's too bad. I kind of like... It feels a little odd that they tried and like to add that in like so deep into development, you know? It always, like, the enemies in Factorio to me always felt very natural, just because like they've been there since the very beginning, so a lot of like they've had so much time to really balance it well and integrate it well into the technology you unlock and stuff. But yeah, with DSP though, it just felt very like, here's some guys that you have to shoot now. I don't know, this is weird. Yeah, and gating them behind like late game buildings I don't like. It used to actually work that way in Factorio, right, when they had like the alien science, but they removed alien science. I think that's actually a good thing that they did that in the long term, because it means that aliens become just a logistical challenge instead of, for some reason, being like a non-automatable bottleneck. I feel like DSP should also do the same thing, where I don't think it's ever good to make your research and progression reliant upon killing guys. I don't know. Yeah, now they have biter eggs for late game. Yeah. Yeah, with that though, it's like different because you do grab a couple of them, but they're like self-replicating. So it's definitely, I am pretty glad the way they've worked all that stuff in. I think it feels pretty good. At least I think it's self-replicating. I'll be honest, I haven't actually beaten Space Age yet. I've just been so busy working on games, I haven't had time to play them. But I want to. I've watched plenty of videos and stuff. I mean, I know all the stuff in Endgame. Let's go to DSPs. Yeah, announced vehicle designer update. Yeah, that's odd. It's like one of those adding features for the sake of it, and everyone becomes obsessed with balance so much that the feature's unfun to have in the game. Yeah. PoE2, they give you a sprint, but it's so annoying when you trip. Oh yeah, you die. That's not fun. Yeah. So you can design custom flying and driving vehicles. But like, does that even integrate into any of the base game mechanics, or is it just like a? To me, as a game developer, that just sounds like a vehicle for them to make DLC and skins and stuff for vehicles, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Ugh, DLC. I really hate monetization like that. I mean, I get that developers have to make money some way, but if you're already paying for the base game, I always hate when there's a bunch of cosmetics and it's just like, man. Probably they're used for combat stuff, but driving's completely useless since the planet's really small. Yeah, I've never. Why would you need to drive? Like you can get across the planet in like only a little bit. Yeah, I don't. That's too bad. Yeah, it definitely seems like an odd addition. I don't know. What do I want to do here? Oh yeah. One thing I want to do really quick here, make sure this has a BB code enabled, which I'm pretty 90% sure it does. It's Gearbert's label. Yeah, we're good. Give them the benefit of the doubt that it'll be free, just like all the updates so far, but it seems like they're adding whatever their newest idea is. Yeah. It's too bad. I wish more companies would do that in the way that like Factorio devs did it, because I actually really like that they like finished the base game and like this is 1.0 and it's good, and then all the new ideas that they had they turned into an expansion instead. Usually I don't like paying for expansions and DLCs, you know, but in the case of Factorio, I think it like more than doubles the amount of content in the game, so it honestly feels extremely fair. And I think it's nice to have that separation, because maybe some people don't want to deal with all the space age stuff. But maybe what No Man's Sky did and works for them, pay once, get updates for life. Yeah, I do always appreciate that No Man's Sky still updates the game and stuff. Definitely been one of the biggest turnarounds I've seen, for sure. Because I mean, I bought it when it came out, and it was just not. Yeah, it was pretty empty when it came out in 2016. But yeah, it's crazy that they've been updating the game for like 10 years now, which is insane. Yeah. One thing though I will say about No Man's Sky is I think it's what's the saying or whatever? It's like a knee-deep ocean. Like there's so many things to do, but none of them really are that like deep. I don't know. That's the only thing I would say. It is definitely attempting to be the everything game. I mean, I think it's in a position to be, but also like I wish they would spend more time on making things like just feel better. To be honest, I would never play 1.1 after playing Factorio 2.0. Yeah, I do really love all the new stuff. I don't think I'll ever not play Space Age, but you know, I think it's cool though that they give you the ability to. I've always liked the way that mods work in Factorio, because the game itself is a mod, which I think is really like a good way of doing it. I mean, it's easier said than done. It does require a very specific way of building the game. It's too late for Starground to do it that way, but it's pretty cool though. Means you can just like disable or enable modules of the game really easily. Like I'm pretty sure all the new quality mechanics are like a module that you can just turn off. So yeah, I bought it when it came out, had fun for 6 hours, and now's the game. Yeah. Knee-deep ocean is a good saying. Yeah, I think it's really important to balance both depth and breadth, width, or whatever you call it. Like I see a lot of games, and I'm also kind of guilty of it if I'm being honest. Where like sometimes with Starground, I've focused on things that are just new side mechanics, but don't really contribute to the main core. But you know, at least I'm aware of it. I think that's the first step toward not doing it again. But that's why recently I've chopped a lot of ideas from Starground, because I think at a certain point you've got to decide when enough is enough and focus on actually getting things polished and finished. So like initially we were talking about doing like spaceships and stuff, and it's all like fine or whatever, but does it really enhance the game? I decided no. So yeah. Yeah, quality elevator rails, base and space age are old mods. Nice, yeah. That's pretty cool. Man. Yeah, modding is a whole nother rabbit hole. It does definitely require a different way of creating everything, because like, I mean, it depends. Obviously, you can mod any game, give it enough effort, but I think it's really good to have just the architecture moddable. One of the things that I've done in Starground, which I think has been good for modding, is just keeping everything data driven. So like all of the things in the game are just in terms of just text, and you can modify and change it however you want, and then the game will use that data stored. So it means like if you want to add a new guy into the game or something, you just add an entry onto this table, and then it just works. So yeah, so that's, yeah, basically I'm already on that. So yeah, I have a bunch of different tables for everything. So for example, and it's a pretty straightforward architecture. It's not anything revolutionary. Other games do it, but it's just a good way to do it. So everything in the game has an ID associated with it, and then like a data entry. So for example, if I want to reference an iron ingot or something, like let's go find the iron ingot. I know what the name is, I know what the sprite is, I know what the value is just from the ID. And it's great because then I can, it gives me a lot of control. I only have to save the name, like the ID. I don't have to save all the other data with it. Which decreases file sizes and makes saving super fast. Also, if I want to change this item at some point, it means I don't have to completely convert everybody's saves. Because this ID never changes, but I can change the name and the sprite and all this other information about it whenever I want. So it's been really nice for updating the game. It's made it so I can make changes without breaking everybody's saves constantly. Yeah, because you can almost play a save from one of the very first versions ever for the game. So works pretty well. You can do resources. I feel like both are completely valid. Resources are cool, but then you would end up with like 1 billion files in your project. And sometimes it's really annoying to like kind of, if I want to make like a sweeping balance change or something, it means I'm going to have to open up like 1,000 different resources all at the same time. Whereas the way it is now, I just open up a file and I can just go through and I can copy and paste in here super fast. Personally, I've just found it to be a little bit more agile, but both ways are totally valid. It just depends on what you want to go with. I mean, I don't get static typing with this method, but, you know, I think it's okay. I've been working on an editor plugin that displays resources in a grid. Oh, yeah. That could be interesting. Yeah, I think like if Godot had a better way to display them, then I would probably do resources instead, but I don't know. Let's see. A very similar design, but I cannot wrap my head around how to make this work with multiple mods changing things. Yeah. It's actually pretty easy to do modding when you have this architecture set up, because you can just add in a couple functions to give people the ability to add their own entries to these tables, right? Because you could just be like, all right, a function that adds in, you pass in your ID and then all the data for an item. So adding an item is super easy. It also gives people the ability to change vanilla items too, because then they can just directly edit the data stored for a vanilla item. So yeah, it's pretty easy. As long as it's actually data driven, then yeah. Adding things is simple, but yeah, what about removing / editing? The order is important and stuff. The order of these things in Starground, at least the way I have it set up, don't matter. I guess that can definitely change depending on your project. But like you can just remove this sod star egg entry and nothing really changes with the game. So you mean the mod loading editing order? Yeah, so if I go into the game, I do give people the ability to choose the loading, or actually, yeah, I did enable that, to choose the order in which mods load. Everything always by default loads after the base game loads, but you can just choose like where these things are in the list here. And so that's a good way of doing it. There's a lot of games that do that, like RimWorld does that, where you can choose the mod order. I also think Factorio has that too. So, but yeah. And you can have like, for example, I think I have a some kind of like, yeah, this right here, it says it's missing a mod, and that's because now it's loaded before the other mod. So you can kind of get it set up so certain mods have required mods that have to be loaded before. So as long as that mod is loaded before, then this mod works fine. So I think that's a good way to do it. Just warn the player, hey, this has to be in a specific order. And also give mod developers tools to know that kind of stuff. Let's see, sorry, I'm missing things. Yeah, select the resource in editor and list all resources based on that class. That's cool. Would you be interested in JSON or CSV grid view in the editor? That would probably be really nice, honestly. Yeah, I think like a JSON view would be ideal, because I just want a way, like some menu panel where I can see all of the things at once and edit them really easily. Because most of these items in the game, like especially for the items table, there's not really that much data being stored in here. It's just like the name and the sprite, and that's basically it. So it's just really sometimes inconvenient to have a file that only stores 2 things. So it would be really nice if I just had a big sheet, a big CSV grid or something where I can just go through really quick and edit all these things and copy and paste and drag them around, and yeah, it'd be pretty nice. Yeah, I think Dev's Pages has a video on YouTube about how he handles modding in Unity for his game Stardews. I've not heard of that. Or Stardeus. Something. I presume this is his game? Yeah. Yeah, there's so many ways you can do it. It really just depends on your game and there's always a pro and con to everything. There's no perfect way to do modding. So you mean, so how do you handle circular dependencies? I don't really have any way to handle stuff like that. I think that's more, I mean, it should be fine as long as you're not cross-referencing at the very beginning on like starting load. Because I mean, the way that things load into the game, there has to be an order in which it happens. I can't like load things simultaneously because there's only one thread loading the mods, right? So yeah, in that case, you would just have to be, as a mod developer, just don't cross-reference a mod, or if you, yeah, just don't do cyclical cross-referencing during load time, but then after all the mods are loaded, it should be fine. Yeah, like you're saying, Brown, I think usually circular dependency is a bad thing anyways, so it seems, I don't know how you would cleanly solve for that, because it really is just like an architectural flaw. I feel like it seems usually best to avoid that kind of thing anyways. But yeah. I think it's exactly what Skyrim does with tracking dependencies. Yeah. As long as you have a dependency system, I think it's fine. Just make sure things load in the right order. But yeah, cyclical dependencies... Not sure how you would do that, but... Factorio tries to handle that by loading mods in multiple stages. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of thing could work. It just depends. I mean... I feel like just loading them all in order and then just making sure that you're not cross-referencing during the one frame that it's loading should be fine. But because then after all the mods are loaded, you can be as cyclical as you want. You can communicate between the different mod files, but yeah. It's hard to say. There's a lot of you know, potential solutions and stuff, but I just don't bother. I don't think it's something that happens enough to matter, I personally think, but... opinion on precision platformers? They can be pretty fun. I'm trying to think of like some I've probably played. Let me look at some. Whereas... I need a list of precision platformers. Yeah, Battle Block, Celeste, Cuphead. I'm not like a super crazy platformer gamer. I don't really play a lot of platformers, but some of them can be really cool. I've always really liked Rain World. It does seem very neat. Because I just love the environment and stuff. It's very... and also the fact that it's like a living ecosystem, I think is really cool. And yeah... Battle Block Theater, the classic. Meat Boy. Yeah, I just don't really play a lot of platformers, but I think they're cool. I like the ones mostly that are kind of not just platforming. Like Rain World obviously is a precision platformer, kind of. But also at the same time, there's a lot more strategy that goes into playing this game. Because you have to like get food and also avoid monsters and other animals and stuff at the same time. So I think it's a pretty neat concept. I haven't finished this game or played much of it, but it does seem pretty epic. The late game stuff seems really crazy and hard. But yeah. I almost appreciate like every game genre for what it is. I mean, obviously I don't really like... There's a lot of genres I don't play very often or care much for, but I still think it's cool. Like a lot of like FPS shooters and stuff I don't really play very often, but sometimes or like I guess specifically tactical shooters like Counter-Strike can be pretty interesting sometimes. Also at the same time, playing Counter-Strike can suck depending on the team you're paired up with, but I think there's always interesting mechanics and things to enjoy in every kind of genre. I really like that the tactical kind of landing almost you have to do in CS. I mean, a lot of the times with playing casual or whatever, it's not very tactical and you just run around and don't die. But especially if you're playing in like a smaller team or like doing wingman, I feel like it's a lot more like, you know, you have to communicate and be like, I'm gonna go over here and look at this angle, and I don't know, I think that stuff's kind of fun. And same with precision platformers, I think there's a lot of things with those games that are neat. Too old for shooters, reflexes not the same as they used to be, that's fair, yeah. Yeah, it can be, I don't know, sometimes online games, I'll be honest, to me are kind of a hit or miss. I've never really liked Overwatch or anything like that because I think like, I don't know. I'd just much rather play with somebody I know or like... Also, I don't really like how it's very like... Well, both there's people depending on your skills, which sucks because then if you're not a god at the game, everyone's gonna hate you. And I think that's just always stupid. I've never really liked that about like team-based games. It was like that even with like World of Warcraft raids and stuff. Because I was playing that, I was like 7 years old, so I sucked at the game. And I remember it was just like, everyone would always hate on me. And I'm just like a 7-year-old kid. It's like, sometimes games like that can kind of create a very negative environment. But it can be fun with the right people. I like multiplayer FPS, and usually I play single player games because my fun doesn't depend on other people. Yeah. I am definitely more of a single player kind of gamer. I think I kind of value just being able to, because to me playing games is like relaxing and taking a break. So sometimes when I don't really like playing super competitive stuff because it's not relaxing. It's very intense and hard. Yeah, I usually just like single player stuff the most. I don't know. There's a lot of games I enjoy. Obviously Factorio, Minecraft. Although I'm not a fan of the new Minecraft stuff, guys. There's the things they've been doing recently are not good. And I get that partially they have to, but also it's like, ugh. Yeah, I agree. I get the most fun out of dungeon crawlers with my friends, like Barony. Yeah. Yeah, like whenever I do multiplayer stuff, I would prefer to play with people I know already. I think it's just much more fun that way. Well, I mean the new stuff, not as in the content. Specifically with like all the they've been banning a lot of servers and stuff like that. And I know that they have to because of new EU regulations, but I think the way that they've been handling it is really bad. Like what they did with 2B2T, I get that there's, you know, things that need to be fixed or whatever, or there are issues with 2B2T, but clearly they have an issue with communication with servers like that. Because essentially what they did is they just banned 2B2T. I'm pretty sure it was 2B2T, yeah. Without like, yo, let's go. And thank you so much for the raid season. What's up? How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? How's it going, everybody? Now we're working on Starground tutorial stuff. Mostly chatting. That's fine. Oh, you're playing Resident Evil 6? Let's go. Nice. Yeah. Pretty cool. We were talking about Minecraft. And how there's things I don't like. And then also the other thing I don't like recently that's nothing to do with like the you know, legal things they've been doing, but I don't like their approach to updates now, because they kind of like, they used to do big yearly updates or whatever, and but now they've gone completely the opposite way and only do really tiny game drops. So now it's just kind of like a weird, they need a middle ground. They need to do big, more sweeping changes, bigger updates to the game and small updates. I think them completely pivoting away from large updates at all is bad. Oh, I forgot to tell Season the password. Sorry, Oshik. I needed to do that. But yeah, Oshik has a new game up, dungeon game. It's pretty epic. Still pretty early on, but it's cool. I like the generation stuff. For the big one, the big update in summer, because it's something to look forward to. Yeah. The thing with all the new updates that come out, it's like I load up the game and I mess around for 5 minutes and then I'm done because there's nothing else to see. They're very, very shallow updates. I mean, it's not that anything in the updates are necessarily bad. Like, that's not the issue. It's just the fact that that's all there is just shallow surface level updates, and I think it's just a little boring. I don't know. Because then you end up with the No Man's Sky problem. A knee-deep ocean. because there's all these little things that are being added, but since the updates have to be small, they can't really dive deeper and integrate them into the mechanics very well. So it's just, yeah, bad. V3 is almost ready. Let's go. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Any sneak peeks for what's coming in V3? But anyways, I don't want to yap about Minecraft forever. I always do that. See what I mean? Last incredible update is 1.18. Yeah, I wish that I don't see why they have to stop doing large updates like that, right? Like, I think both have their place. They should, like, alternate, do a big update, do a couple small updates, and then a big update again. That's what they should do. No Man's Sky. Yeah, we were talking about No Man's Sky a little while ago. Talking about how it's definitely had a big comeback, but also... yeah, they do add a lot of stuff, but it's always very, like, separated from everything else. It feels like almost playing, like, a mod pack. Where, like, there's a lot of things to do, but all the things are, like... have nothing to do with each other, and very, like, kind of shallow in terms of the depth that you can go with it. But I do hope they eventually spend some time on building things up more. Maybe you'll release it right now? That's crazy. You want. You're talking about Factorio Space Age. Don't play Factorio, so that, like, DLC. Yeah, it's an expansion to the game, and it's essentially... I think has more content in it than the base game does. Which is kind of insane, because usually that's not a thing. But it's wild. It adds a ton of freaking stuff into the game. I'd say you could easily spend like 400 hours minimum working through the new stuff in this DLC. I mean, people could spend years playing this. There's so much stuff to unpack, so it's really cool. I like how it's still, like, pretty accessible to people that aren't super familiar with Factorio, but also people that can really dive into things heavy. So yeah, it's a pretty nice DLC. I think they're focusing a lot on that new game they're making. Yeah, the Light No Fire or whatever. They have been porting stuff over from that game into No Man's Sky, which is nice. But I think right now No Man's Sky is almost like their play test for Light No Fire content in a way. Because they add a thing to Light No Fire, put it into No Man's Sky to see how it goes. And I mean, it works, right? It's fine. But yeah. This game does seem cool though. I think I am excited for it to come out. I just hope it has enough meaningful content though. We don't want another No Man's Sky launch where it's promised the universe and then there wasn't much to do. Yo, Joe Danger, most epic game ever, totally. But yeah, seems cool though. But yeah, you should definitely check out Factorio. I think it's really cool. I've been playing it forever, but it's a very fun game. It scratches that itch of, like, I don't know, building big things, big complicated mechanisms. It can be hard to get into if you've never done any automation stuff before, so be warned. But I think the way that they progress things feels pretty good. There's a whole bunch of tutorials, especially with, like, the new tooltip stuff they have. I think it really helps people get into it better now. I'm playing Blade and Sorcery and Bloons TD6. Let's go, dude. I forgot how much I love those games. So I played No Man's Sky for like 7 hours, then dropped it. Yeah. Yeah, No Man's Sky, I always just kind of like, I pop in for a little bit to see what's new and then don't play for another year. But I don't know. There's like all these new things. There's Breach. They added that update where you get to build like Corvettes, which is really cool, but when me and Season tried to do this stuff, it was just so buggy. I kept like teleporting out of the ship and stuff, and it was just not fun. It was kind of I don't know how they would let that kind of stuff slide, honestly, into full production released for everybody with all those issues. It was kind of crazy. Does remind me I need a Factoriopedia. Yeah, I think it's very good. I'm glad that they added it. I think there's so much stuff in Space Age that it's really kind of necessary, because you need to kind of understand how things connect to each other. Yeah, I love automation games, but can't get into Factorio. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I do get it. It's definitely like a very specific kind of automation game. Like, it's for the very diehard analytical people that want a lot of, you know, complexity in terms of like problem solving. Factorio is like hard in the sense that it's a lot of like mental effort to plan everything, and it's almost like programming in a way. But yeah, Satisfactory is a pretty easy one to get into. I mean, it just depends. It shows all modded things. That's great for modded games. Oh yeah, that's true. Emotes for all the people. Yeah, want more Minecraft mods like Industrial Craft. Yeah, it wasn't actually based off of, like, at least Industrial Craft was one of the big inspirations initially. Just kind of epic. Man. Yeah, I really like Industrial Craft. The new one that came out, Tech Reborn, is pretty good. But, technically it's not Industrial Craft, but it's Industrial Craft. The oldest Factorio version still stack sizes of 64. Oh yeah, that's really weird. Not a very experienced dev. I think a good idea for tutorials in huge games like Minecraft and Factorio would be to have in-universe books. Yeah, and show don't tell hints, because I hate pop-up tutorials. That's fair. Yeah, tutorials are a tricky thing for sure. It's really hard because the idea of doing in-game examples and books is really neat, but also it's really hard to pull off in a good way, especially for a game like Factorio where generation is random. It's extremely difficult because there's so many variables that could change the way people interpret that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. It's complicated. It's one of those features, tutorials, that it doesn't sound like it's that hard, but then like you realize it's actually really it's tricky. One little change completely can change the way people understand what information you're trying to explain, so it's hard. It's easy to make a tutorial that works for most people, but then if you want it to work for everybody, you have to be very careful. Update released. Let's go. I gotta try it out. So Minecraft's doing... Yeah, I got the Deep Dark room. My only gripe with the Deep Dark Redstone room is that... First off, the structure, the Deep Dark is really rare and hard to find. And also... They put the redstone tutorial at the end of the game when it really should be at an earlier point, I think. Because redstone's like not a end game thing to interact with. Like once you get an iron pickaxe, then you're ready to do redstone stuff. So, I don't know. But I do like that kind of stuff though. I think it is nice. Environmental tutorials like that can be very good. You need to do a hot fix? Yeah, no problem. Feel free to put that up. Whoa, you did a bunch of things. Let's go. What was the hotfix? Did you just put the same file up or something? I don't know. Love playing Minecraft like an automation game. Yeah, that's definitely my preferred way to play. Redstone can be a fun challenge, but I do really love Create Mod. If anybody loves Minecraft automation, I highly recommend you look into Create Mod because it's really cool. There's a lot of things I love about Create. One of the big things is the way they like the automation works, because everything in Create is like a single component. They don't just have like a machine that does everything for you. Like if you want to set up a quarry, you have to use all the individual components to make a machine to dig for you. And I think it feels very vanilla to me, because that's how base game Redstone works also, right? Like dispensers and repeaters and comparators, they're all individual components. Like by themselves, none of them really do anything. But then you merge them all together and you can create really cool, complicated machines. So I really like that about Create Mod. I think that's just a good way to approach any automation game, to be honest. You shouldn't just have one machine that's like the everything machine. I think being able to do it in little bits and then tie them all together with logistics is fun. So let's see here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do over here, we do this one thing down here where we create these little counters of items. And I want to go ahead and do that with this new tutorial that we have here. Wherever it is. Where's the top right thing? There it is. Mojang mastered game wiring, then gave up on it to add funny baby animal. I know. It's frustrating. I mean, I don't like hate the baby animals or anything, but I wish they would spend more time on mechanics. I don't know, man. Stuff that actually has an impact on gameplay. But oh well. I get that it's hard. I mean, the thing is that Minecraft is the biggest game on Earth, so you're having to add in stuff that's gonna appease the masses, and unfortunately the masses are babies, are children. So it just makes sense for them to add in more features that would cater toward a younger audience, and I get that. But also at the same time, I really wish that they would every once in a while sprinkle in stuff for redstone and things like that. I mean, they added in the crafter and it's cool. Definitely is a nice addition, but like now we're not going to see another thing for redstone for another 5 years. So it's like, I don't know. Hotfix out, epic. I will load that up in just a second. I'm going to add this little counter thing to the tutorial. Why is this? Oh. I have to say count 2. Alright, this should hopefully work. Let's see what happens. Not any much, a simple block can be enough. Yeah, the copper bulb is cool for sure. But, oh no, I enabled mods. These mods are out of date. Oh man. Was it like after... I need to have some kind of system for when the game can't boot anymore with mods. I mean, you could just go remove the mods from your mods folder. I guess that's the solution. Let's go to mods. Just put all these in a different folder. Boom. Crafter is useless. It's a do thing and only that very specific thing. I mean, I do like the crafter. It is a very specific machine, but when you get into high level farms and redstone stuff, it's very nice to have. Like, for example, you could throw it into like an iron farm and automatically craft your ingots into blocks. So it does allow a lot of interesting things like that. I mean, that's usually the main purpose I've found, is just for condensing it, inventory space by just crafting things into blocks. But there's a lot of things you could do with it. I mean, I can imagine a whole bunch of things. Here, wait, let's reset tutorials. Yeah, I think, like, moral of the story, for me at least, none of the things Mojang adds are bad. I think all of them are good, but I really just wish, thank you for the hydrate. But I really just wish that it didn't take them so long to add them. Because it just feels like we're being drip fed. It did not show the things in there for some reason. Tutorial basics, gather materials. It should have. Huh. Let's print some stuff in here. Reset our tutorials again. Oh yeah, sorry, I was gonna answer. I forgot. But yeah, what's going on in the NVIDIA broadcast? It keeps like making my computer die. I don't even know if it's VRAM. I think there's some kind of weird bug specifically with broadcast. My VRAM issue still happens, but luckily it doesn't matter with a game like Starground because it barely uses any VRAM. But I notice when I like am doing specifically Blender open with Deadlift development, that's when my VRAM becomes a problem. But the thing that's happening with broadcast is it just like my GPU load jumps up to 1 billion to like 100%. And then my whole computer dies. So I just have it off for now. I'm hoping that they push an update or something at some point that makes it, you know, feasible to run again. I think there's a OBS plugin. Yeah, I need to check that out then. That might work a lot better. Because that's the only place I use it in, is just OBS, so yeah. I'm sorry if I'm missing a billion things. Meanwhile, we have 100 different weathered wax cut copper stairs. Man. Complex recipes are near impossible to fit because it requires a huge sorting machine just for 3 farms to craft item into a random item. Craft into a random item. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how else they would have done crafting. I do like how Create does crafting because you just like place down the blocks in the shape of the thing you want to make. But I totally know what you mean though. But I think really the people that the crafting machine is for people that are willing to put in the time and effort to make super complicated setups for crafting. Because yeah, you have to make sure you're filtering out other items that can get stuck in the system, and you know, it adds some logistical challenges. I do think it can be cool. I wouldn't say it's a perfect block, but it gives redstone something to chew on. So let's see if we can, if this is printing out in here. Let's give myself iron ingot 20. Let's see if it prints out in here. Okay, it does not print for some reason. Or yeah, I already did that step, so why is it not doing that? Let me make sure that we're doing the right ID. Tutorial basic smelt materials. Did I name it wrong? Oh, I said gather materials. I'm a fool, guys. That's the moral of the story. Let's try this again. Also, let's see, you asked the new tracks. I have not added them yet, but now that I'm working on it today, I'll add them in. So I've just been busy with Lured In and stuff. Which, by the way, now there's like people here. I added a bunch of stuff to Lured In that's coming soon. I added in Ascension mechanics. I added in offline limit and efficiency values. Icons to the buttons. A bunch of things, guys, so be on the lookout for a new Lured In update. You can unlock these epic upgrades in here. I need to play through the game and make sure it's balanced before I push the update, but yeah. Season had to do that for the stream. Oh, with the plugin, yeah. I will look into that for sure. Let me write it down so like where to go do it. Let's see. To add holes to recipes, you need to add filler items and take them out again, which is cool. Yeah, it is pretty neat. I think like. Yeah, the crafter, I wouldn't say it's very beginner friendly to use. It can be really hard to get certain recipes set up, but it's a good like high skill whatever block to play around with. So I think it's pretty fun. It's about time that they added it, to be honest. I feel like people have been asking for it for eons. Also, yeah, Starground is on Steam. It's in early access right now. This update will be coming out on the 7th with the new tutorial stuff, and then also I want to do, speaking of Lured In, I want to change the way research is formatted in Starground into a visual tree, because I don't like the way that it is in Starground now, where it's just buttons, because I think it's really unintuitive to understand how to work through the research tree. Like, sure, these ones are the ones that are visible, but, like, it doesn't give you a good sense of anything. So, I want to set it up like this over here, where it's a visual tree that you can navigate around. Kind of like how the Star Launcher menu is, honestly. And you can, like, see the way everything connects to each other. So, hopefully, I also get that working for the 7th. I think it's feasible. Also, yeah, I've been cheating in this money, by the way, which is why I have, like, $56 quadrillion or whatever, but I realize at some point I'm gonna need to add in like a acronym thing, so like just says 10K instead of, you know, writing out every digit. Anyways, which copper golem paired with other redstone or copper? Yeah, every time I've seen, I'll be honest, I really hate dealing with entities in Minecraft because they're just so finicky. Like, villagers really suck to have to capture and everything. I've never enjoyed it. I only do it because I must, because they have epic trades, but not actually fun in my opinion. Golems, I don't even know. I guess they sort items, but I don't know how. It seems like it would be tricky to kind of scale them up. I'm not sure. Stuff all entities and boats or minecarts. But I mean, yeah, I mean, minecarts are fine, but also, like, those are also entities, boats and minecarts, and I've had weird issues with them in the past. I remember, like, I think they've since fixed it, but minecarts used to, like, sometimes they would just stop. Like, if they hit, like, a weird chunk border as you unload the chunk, they just, like, stop moving even if they're on powered rails, and then I'd constantly have to go into my bamboo farm and just brush up against all of them so they would start moving again. Stuff like that has always been extremely frustrating dealing with entities in Minecraft. I just wish they were more reliable. Alright, build the furnace. Okay, cool. It shows those two now. Although it's like stacking them vertically, which is a little weird. Why is it doing that? Oh, just because it's a VBox container. Let's actually do like a grid container on this. Do 3 columns. And I believe with a grid container, it'll start off in the center, but let's actually confirm. Unfortunately, it does not seem to. So we're just going to make this an H box and call this a gradient requirements. Yeah, just leave that visible. It should be fine. Now, what we can do is in here, add all these to our ingredient requirements instead of info container. Export bar ingredient. Or what's the thing called? It's called like an info. We'll just call it a indicator box. It's an HBox container. What? No, it's not readable. You just don't understand the vision. Yeah. Sometimes I think Mojang gets bogged down by its like history. They're too afraid to like make changes, and I think that's kind of stunting the game's growth in my opinion. But again, it's a complicated problem, so I can't really just be like, oh, that's the problem with Minecraft, because there's like a billion variables. $5 for a good game, virtually 0 bugs. Yeah, it's honestly, I'll be honest, it's insane how I've almost never come across any bug in Factorial. I had one bug where the walls would like not auto tile properly, but it was just purely visual. It's impressive that I've never had any kind of like problem. I don't think I could say the same about literally any other game I've ever played. So it's pretty crazy. I know a big part of that is because they do a lot of like unit tests and stuff like that. So also we got an ad coming up again. My apologies, gamers. I really wish I could just turn it off and not play ads, but Twitch forces me to. Because like, yeah, 80% of the code base is tests. That's true, yeah. So I'm gonna have another entry in here for tutorials. It's called items, and this is gonna be an array, and it's gonna be filled with item entries. So we're gonna have ID, Starground, oops, stone brick, ID, Starground, iron ingot. And these are going to be their own entries here. And we're going to add an amount. 20. 20. So now this will just automatically use this list in order to do these items, and it's going to be much better. So for smelt materials, we say that. And then for gather stone, we put it in here. Stone 10. I could even set this up so the thing doesn't auto increment until you finish this objective, which would just be even better. I think that should be good now. We can get rid of this. Go back into tutorial. Now, what we're going to do is say for IN tutorial data dot items, I think is what we do here. Let me go back into that. I need to make a real tutorial table. Items, yeah. So var item data, or yeah, it just gets item data. So we say count is that, count.item ID is equal to item data.id, count.required amount is item data.amount. Thank you for the spin. And then we just do that. So now we can get rid of all this garbage. And let's go see if this works. Whoa. Tongue's bleeding. About to have a good stream. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in, Ace. Bye-bye. I'll let you know when I've added the tracks into the game. I'll do that tonight. Oh, and also, by the way, I forgot to mention, I did get my audio processor, the DBS. So, yeah, it's pretty epic. Yeah, we'll have to test it in a Discord call at some point. It's going to be almost the same sounding on OBS because I already had a compressor and stuff set up, but it should be way different now on Discord. So, anyways, bye-bye! I get paid minimum wage and have school, marching band. Yeah, that's totally fair. Honestly, I am of the... Like, when it comes to prices of games, I am very on the side of cheap games, I think. I mean, I'm biased because I've played so much Factorio. I do really think it's worth it for me, but it's hard to say if it's actually worth the cost for everyone else, because I've definitely seen a lot of people that don't enjoy Factorio, and that's fine. So yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a super easy decision to make. $35 is, you know, a chunk of cash. So that works. Oh. There's no... Oh yeah, we had to say .get. And then default empty array. Built the furnace, now should show. Ooh. Add child on a previously freed instance. That's odd. Why would it say that? Count. I don't have any other reference of count. Ooh. Oh, saying that the indicator box has gone away. Oh, I think I might know what's going on here. I think somewhere in here I go through that list and queue free anything that's not a rich text label. Yeah. So we don't want to do this on info container. We want to do this on whatever that one was called. Indicator box. And we just go ahead and queue free. Try this again. Have I ever been to a DCI show? I don't think so. What is a DCI show? Drum Corps International, is that what it is? Oops. That's my microphone. Okay, some is in the stone. Let's go ahead and do the process again. Yeah, Drum Corps International. Cool. I have not been to any of those shows before, but it looks pretty awesome. Is that what you're, are you in that? The Drum Corps? That's pretty cool. Stone, build a furnace. There we go. So it shows the 2 required items right there. So give iron and get 20, and it shows that it's like it gets reflected up in there as we acquire them. Once we have both, boom. And I think on these ones where I say to build something, I want to show an icon of the building, right? So I think I'm going to do that. Where I show like, okay, here's the image of the star launcher, just so it's easier to tell where it is in the menu and stuff. Nice. Oops. I went to Phantom Regiment's opening show last year. Oh yeah. Our instructor was. Okay. Nice. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't, I don't know much about this, but... activity. Nice. That's pretty cool stuff. Oh yeah, also, Oshik, your game. Now that we got the tutorial stuff working, let's play it. So let's see what, I guess can I spoil or should I not spoil? So dashboard or whatever feed. Where's it? It's not in there. Oh, it's probably because it's like a secret game. Play without spoilers? Okay, I'll do that. Let me go get the link up here again. Oh, it's like doing, hold on. Let's just copy the... All right. 3.1. Let's check it out. Here we go. Yo, you got a main menu? Nice. Load screen, awesome. Whoa. Oh, nice. Got a little like tutorial room in here. That's pretty cool. Oh, you got like a little bit of... Is it? It kind of like... Oh no, I'm just crazy. I thought the arrows were like targeting toward the enemies a little bit. But yeah, you got doors. That's pretty awesome. This March season, I had to go 3 to 5 hours. Oh yeah, to Indianapolis, Indiana for BOA. That's pretty awesome. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's rocky. Another spawner. Break that guy. Please don't spawn, please don't. Whoa, whoa. There's new guys. Let's go. It's like a... Oh, the skeleton's an archer now. Or the archer's a skeleton now. Oh yeah, and I see the doors stay closed until you beat the spawner. That's cool. Yeah, I don't get any more incidents where you keep walking and don't realize the spawner's active. Oh, he's a green guy now. Is that a creeper? Where's this guy? This is like the default grunt guy. Whoa, that's the pickaxe guy. Pretty epic. Ooh, I like this room. There's like the Binding of Isaac rooms where there's like the guys across the gap. Ouch. I'm gonna die. How do I get through these? I don't know. Any new keybinds? Oh, holding R does restart now. Nice. Another spawner. This one you can kind of just get behind here. God. So we're good. Ouch. Yeah, pretty epic. I like what I'm seeing so far. The new sprites are cool. God. Yeah, if you ever need sprites done, hit me up. No! I like the slow expand of the, the menu. It's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, pretty epic. I like the new rooms and stuff. I think these platform rooms like this are nice. Definitely the doors help a lot, I think, with like the flow of going through the dungeon. Because before it was a little too easy for me to just like start wandering around. And then the spawners would sit there and make a million guys, so. Those last runs eras, I think they are. Yeah. Which is kind of epic, but also might be a problem. There's like a blue guy now, which is crazy. Ouch. Oh. I'm gonna die again. Oh, he throws bombs. Okay, okay. Ouch. Did not realize that. Oh, there's two different skeletons. I didn't realize. This guy's like a different... Oh, his arrows bounce. Okay, okay. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I like the enemy variety you got going on. Ah! Also, I can't seem to click on this button, by the way. I don't know what's going on there. I can hit enter, but I might want to fix that. Oh, so I have to break these to continue. I see, I see. Oh. Yeah, grab focus bugs out clicking. I think with the new I presume this is on 4.6, right? You might just have another UI element that's overlaid on top with mouse set to stop. So just make sure that there's nothing blocking input from the button. Yeah, or maybe the input blocks out. It might. I'm not sure how that works. I'll have to I'd have to experiment with that and see. I'm not really sure. Hurry, die spawner, hurry. Oh. Did it hit himself? That's kind of awesome. Do rather like there being more and more arrows everywhere. It's kind of cool, actually. As long as it doesn't like spawn in the void, which it looks like it doesn't, so I don't see any issue with keeping them there. I think it's kind of cool. You could always do something like that one game where like you become the descendant of the last person that went to the dungeon. You know the one I'm talking about? Where like you keep going into the same dungeon like a certain amount of times, and then after you've hit like 3 times, the dungeon regenerates. Because it's kind of fun. You could like make things easier for your future self. Yeah, Rogue Legacy. I've always liked that mechanic. But, you know, I could see arguments for and against it. Can't remember if I went down here or not. Yeah, minimap would definitely be nice. Because, like, I can't remember if I think I went down here already, so... Also, like, I don't know, maybe when you're out of combat, like, you can run and sprint just to get through empty areas faster. That might be kind of neat. You gotta just have, like, a state of whenever an enemy is targeted onto you, or a timer for when you're within range of an enemy. It starts like a combat cooldown. Something like that, possibly. Just because when I'm going back through and traveling to the other room, it does take a really long time because I don't move very fast. I don't think you should move that much faster when you're actually in combat, because it seems like that would be you know, too easy. I don't know if there's any other rooms. I think those arrows are outside the world, so I do need to fix that. There's a guy here. Oh god. Ouch. My no-hit run is ruined. I do like that those arrows hurt other guys. I think that's cool. Ow. Oh god, this is I gotta get out of this corner. Come on, blow up the guy. Oh. Oh my goodness. This is bad. Oh my god. No! Yeah, I'm cooked. Oh well. But pretty epic. Let's look at the changelog now. I won't show you guys, just not to, I don't want to spoil it. Yeah, Crystal Archer, Crystal Miner, and Target. Nerf the bomb enemy. Yeah, I notice he's a little easier to deal with now. Arrows now behave correctly. Behave accordingly to Newton's first law of motion. Okay. Added doors. Yeah, cross room. Nice. Pretty epic update. I can show. Okay. These are all the new things in here. It's a lot of different, all the new enemies here. What do you mean by they now obey Newton's first law of motion? What does that even mean? Like, objects in motion stay in motion, but like, were they not before? Oh, you might like this for Deadlift? I can check this out. Or unless I'm thinking of the second law of Newton's. Oh, an object at rest will remain at rest. Okay. So I guess sometimes they continued moving or something. I don't know. Interesting. Try moving and shooting? Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, so now they stay, their momentum is calculated alongside your momentum, I see. Yeah, that's nice. Let's check this out for Deadlift.
And this quick...
Oh yeah, the stay home dev, pretty epic. He's just doing a flickering light. Yeah, flickering animated lights. What is this? What program is this? Huh. Is that... That's not Godot, is it? Trench boom, okay. Interesting. Yeah, he's talking about the different lights. So he's just got some different enum types. Cool. Flicker speed, intensity range, flicker chance. Snap. Yeah, so just every once in a while there's a chance for it to drop down to a random amount from 0 to the maximum intensity. Or I guess that's the range. Yeah, you do base energy minus times the flicker amount. Okay. And then he has a timer running, delta times flicker speed, so it drops down to a random amount and then returns back to normal after the timer. That's a pretty easy way to do it. Then this is bulb snap. So this is doing like a smooth. This is kind of what I'm doing right now in Deadlift with the lights. They do like a sine wave flickering where they go dark and then bright. Unless I'm not. That's bulb mode. Okay, he's doing basically the random flickering, I think, on top of a sine wave. Oh no, he just had the... Oh, his smoothing speed was like really... Okay, I see. Yeah, it's pretty epic. Yeah, I would like to... I think I want to change the way the lights flicker a little bit. Because right now the way they work is they just do a sine wave, but... I like the kind of rapid flickering like that. See, because there's like smooth, like that's what they do now, but the rapid random flicker is cool. And you could pair that too with like a sound effect. Be nice. So yeah, what's this trench boom? I haven't ever really heard of this before. Okay, it's like a Quake level editor kind of thing. Pretty cool. Nice. Yeah, I do like the level stuff here. This is pretty neat. I like these corridors. I would like to do some more fancy looking corridor models with Deadlift at some point. We do have some ideas that we have cooked up for the next batch of Deadlift content. Star Trek corridor, yeah. It's kind of neat. Yeah, I wouldn't do anything that like sci-fi looking, but I just think a little more texture on the sides would be nice. I have it set up so we can add on like random variation on what corridors can generate, so it'd be nice. Yeah, like on here we got we've been talking about some new zones that we want to do over here. These are all just ideas right now. A lot of these we might not even do, but scary dolly guy. We're talking about doing like a flooded level would be pretty fun, I feel like. For Deadlift. No, this has nothing to do with Starground right now, but I think it could be kind of fun. I've been trying to think of more levels that like are more centered around like a mechanic versus just being visually a little bit different. So these are some of the ideas that we've been kind of workshopping. Because this I could imagine opens up a whole new kind of aspect to the game. There could be a lot of new entities that kind of are affected by the flooded level or like utilize it. Like we're talking about, you know, an entity that stays underwater. There's a lot of other horror games that do this, but this would just be one level. Yeah, low grav level, that'd be crazy. I don't know what it would like. I guess you would just have no gravity. You kind of just float around. It'd be pretty crazy. I think one that with a really short ceiling could be kind of interesting. I just like the like juxtaposition of opening the elevator, expecting a normal corridor, and then it's like super tiny. You have to crawl through everything. So, lab. We want to add in some more lore stuff. Bowling alley. Which we might maybe do. I don't know. I want to throw in a couple of these levels like this that are actually just good for you. We want to do more special levels that can generate. So obviously we've got the regular ones that have entities and stuff, but then something like this I think would be fun. It's just a special, really low chance place. Or his lava level, I get the parkour. That'd be pretty crazy. Maybe. It'd be a fun mechanic if there's like an entity or something, but I'd have to implement like jumping or something to make that work. We've talked about jumping mechanics, and I don't think we want to add in jumping. It kind of like definitely changes the vibe of navigation if you can jump around. So. Also, we're talking about one that's completely flooded, like an underwater level. Call back to Bounding Main, if you guys remember that game. If you guys remember, there's that room with like the airlock, and then you'd have to equip the deep sea diving suit. Could be fun if you had to do that in Deadlift. But we'll see. But yeah, we've been thinking about some more stuff over there. Still working on entities and stuff. But yeah, we got that new like generation system set up, so I figured like why not make it so you can do different like types of meshes for the corridors, you know? Could be pretty fun. But yeah. Anyways, another time. Yeah, thanks for sending this link though, I appreciate it. Yeah, he's got a couple neat videos. I think one time Starground was in his showcase thing, games made in Godot. I got 2 more for you. Yeah, it is a lot of those. But pretty epic. Maybe one day I'll do more Godot tutorials or just more videos in general about game development, but it's a lot of work, guys. Oh yeah. The idea of doing more devlogs is nice, but the practicality of it is not. So, I don't know. So let's see, I'm gonna loop through this. Actually, I guess I'll do this in process. So I don't actually have tutorial data anywhere. So current tutorial ID. I'm gonna say if tutorial active, and then what does this do? I think that'll just say, yeah, all that stuff. Maybe do that. We're gonna get tutorial data with current tutorial ID. Now in this, I want to generate our checklist over on the left, so kind of like what we did down here. Oh man, my tongue is like all messed up from my Invisalign. Youch. Um, size is greater than 0. Then we say for item data and items list. We're also going to reset that every thing over here. So the objectives list, I'm going to reference that in here. Oops. Objectives. Make it empty text, or just say, yeah, we do that every frame. Right there. And then we say font size 32 or something. And we'll center, no need to center that one. Could actually do this as a, like, using our little item indicator things. Trying to think how we could do that. They just say, or player. Say owner. Just do that there. I think I want to do this. Let me go look at that indicator. I need to check some things here. Because I don't think we have like a title. I don't know why it's showing that. Yeah, I don't have any modes set up where I can include like a... I mean, I do have the horizontal label. I guess we could make it work. Like, for example, if we look inside the buildings table. Not the buildings table. The building menu. On the right over here is info panel. We do generate that. Right here. We say horizontal format is true. So maybe we can make this work. So back into the player. So right in here, for I, some data and items list. We do all this. And I guess I'm going to change objectives now to be like a VBox container. Or really, I guess, should it be a margin? Just make it a VBox. And then put a another VBox. Call this cost indicators, objectives. Let's give this a script now. Call it label. And ready var cost indicators. Like that. So back in here, we say ingredient is that, item ID is item data.id, And then for this, I want to say objectives dot cost indicators. Let's do that. Then objectives, it's going to be class objectives. I don't have any reference to the player, do I? Character portrait. Nope. That's fine. I think that should all work. Cost indicators. And then we also just set the text right here. Label.text. Now, I think I'm going to change this, though, because for using indicators, it's formatted a little bit different. So we're going to get rid of all this stuff. And we're just going to say, like, on tutorial start or whatever. Animation finished. Not that one. Next. How do I know if I'm starting? Another tutorial. I guess that's in process. Yeah, right here. Open.play. Transition true. Update text. Guess we could do that in here. We know if it's doing all this, then all this stuff is true, so let's get rid of that. Like that. So text is equal to that. We add on all of our indicators. But then when we close it again over here, wherever it happens. Yeah, this is where we delete our indicator boxes. I just want to do it as soon as the animation goes away, which is right here. We already have tutorial data. So now we say owner objectives text is equal to nothing. And then for I and owner.objectives dot indicator list, or whatever it was, cost indicators, I.q3. Okay, let's see if this works. I don't know if it will. It's already not happy. Invalid access to property or key cost indicators. Okay, so it did get the thing. It is indicator list. Try this again. Load. Load game. Okay. Start a new world. For some reason the objectives is on the right. I just didn't position it correctly. Also set the initial size to 0. Do center left. There we go. So yeah, now it shows our objectives over on the left. I kind of want to give it like a panel so it's easier to read. Kind of same thing that we have over here. So I think we'll do that. So let's go ahead and do the whole shebang then. We're going to need a margin. Yeah, I've made a grave error by making all of the way that I do the UI in Starground is stupid. I've been doing panel containers in LearnIn, and it's been great. But I haven't been doing that in Starground. It's kind of a big epic fail. But it's one of those things that I learned my lesson. So let's just go find, yeah, we got like the blur effect here. So margin, let's see, where is it? Call this one the new objectives. I click and drag that? No. Extends margin container. Yeah, maybe I can start to kind of convert the UI stuff over to panel containers instead. So let's see, how do I want to do this? So I add on a margin, then a margin. Yeah, because I add the blur above that, and then this one has the panel, I think. Or no, the panel's up there, this 9 patch rect. Like that. Then this margin contains the children here. Okay, so this is what we have now. Got the objectives list with a blur. I think it's all set up. The 9 patch. And I want to give this just a little bit of a margin around the side so it's not touching the wall. Also, I really love that Godot 4.6 actually shows the margins now. Very epic move, Godot. Actually, maybe don't go so high with the margin. I really want this to be pretty close. Okay, so we got that. Otherwise, I think everything should be good here now. And I'm gonna add a new thing in here, like a new function. Just call it setup, and then function hide. The setup is going to include text and then also item list. And we're going to kind of copy the same things we did over here. Right here. So we can just say owner dot objectives dot setup. And we pass in the text. Ooh. And also our item list. Then all this stuff goes away. So now out here it's really easy. We just say label of text is that for item data and items list. You add all this stuff and that's it. And then for hide, it's really easy. We're just gonna say visible is false. We can't call it reset or something. And actually, yeah, it's fine. We'll literally just say visible is false, and then over here we do, yeah, we reset that, and then say for I and items list I.queueFree before we go in there. So we just say setup, and then over here where we do all this business before, wherever it was, we're saying queue free right here. We just say owner.objectives dot reset. That is the function I did, right? Yeah. Watch this, guys. It's gonna be crazy. I don't know if it'll actually look good. We'll see. Hopefully it does. No. Oh. Whoopsies. Try this again. Come on. Load. Do it. I believe in you. Okay. Ooh. Unable to iterate on object of type object. Oh. Double whoops. Hey, Cankles, what's up? How's it going? Welcome in. What have you been up to? Okay, it added it over there. Probably because I didn't do this properly. And then the sub margin container. I need to give that a little bit of a margin. Let's just do 20. All right, so now shows our current objectives over on the left. Might decrease the size of that text there. It's quite large. Also, I don't really like this specific texture as the one on this panel. We have the other background. It's like the small 9 slice, this one. And I just like how that looks a little bit better for this. But I think we need to edit the region. Ooh. Like that. Then I think we're good. Let's go back into the tutorial. Make it not so enormous. I feel like the text size is different on. I guess it's not. It just feels like it is. Starground, yeah, we are. I'm working on making the tutorial a little bit better right now, so I'm adding this little like objectives list over on the side, just because sometimes I think it's not super obvious what I'm trying to. I'm just making some general improvements to tutorial stuff in general. Graham, you know, our publisher, played the game recently, and it was you know, helpful to kind of watch him go through the game and see like what things I was not explaining well enough. So I'll show you what we got going on for the tutorial now. Game. Yeah, I am kind of right now Starground just focusing on onboarding, quality of life, the minor stuff. Obviously, we'll get to more big content updates, I'm sure, but I just I don't know. I want to make the game a little easier for new people to get into, you know? So that's wrapping. Might need to just set like a minimum width on this. I don't know. I think it's okay. Anyways, now we can do this. And if I give myself like some stone, we can see that start to increment over there. Of course, we got the one up there too, but I just want to make sure it's really obvious the thing you're supposed to do, so hence the reason for the little objectives thing over there. And I don't know why I didn't turn white. That was a little weird. I should have. We build the furnace, and now this did not show up for some reason on the left over there. So let's figure out why. Oh, it's because whenever I say setup, I have to make it visible again. That would help. I'm also going to modify that tutorial a little bit. Smelt 20 stone brick and iron. From stone and iron ore. And I also want to color these too, like this guy. Just kind of highlight it a little bit. Color do I want to highlight this? I guess let's load up the Starground palette. Got to like save this, I guess. Save. I'll go open up Starground. Just kind of like a light blue color or something, or maybe this color would be fine. Yeah, it's something I've also been wanting to do with the tutorial is just highlight the important text, because sometimes, and I'm definitely guilty of it too, you just skim over boring parts of the tutorial. So if I highlight these specific things, I'm like, what? Oh. That should help, I think. And I want to do the same thing for all these other ones too. Down a star launcher. From the building menu with, and then like, what is it? Key. Forget the thing. Go look at the translation table. I will have to go through and key building and edit the tutorials now. But it is what it is. How do you manage your time between developing multiple games? It's a good question. It is hard, for sure. It's a lot to juggle, but I think people think that working on other stuff is just going to be a complete, like, not working on this thing and only working on this thing. But I found that working on other games, like, I'm I'm learning a lot working on Deadlift and Lured In that I can now kind of backport that knowledge into Starground. So in a weird way, it's almost like working on one of these games is kind of working on all of them. So that's been actually a really good side effect of it for sure. And the other things I just kind of I've been keeping track of like the timing between updates and stuff, and I try not to let one game be left alone for too long. Like one of the next updates I really need to do is for Deadlift because it's been a little while since the last one, and same with Starground. So I've been putting a lot of time into those two in the background, getting them ready for a new update. Starground update will come out on the 7th, and then Deadlift hopefully soon after. But yeah, that's the other big part of it too, I think, is just making sure that they all get some attention at some point. But yeah. And I think another really important thing too is keeping track of having a really good list for each project of like the things that you're doing and the things that you need to do. Because that's one part of it that's hard, is like swapping from one brain space over into the other one really rapidly. So having a nice list of like just super straight up obvious, like my to-do, I have like a little tiny like priority list, which is like things that are most important. And then sort of a backlog of ideas. I also have like all the change logs for everything in there, stuff like that. So I think that's really important for working on multiple things at the same time. But yeah, it's just a lot of little things like that. And luckily, you know, I'm sort of at a spot where like Starground, obviously it's not finished, but it's more of like a mature project. Like, I think it has more wiggle room for me to kind of focus on non-content focused things, right? Like with Deadlift and Lured In, it's all just about getting the mechanics cemented and building the gameplay. But a lot of, I think, what will make Starground better, at least right now in this current moment in time, is stuff like this, like the tutorial, like working on little quality of life optimizations and tweaks like that. I think putting that kind of time into Starground is going to be more beneficial. And luckily that stuff is, well, easy to do, right? So I'm able to kind of get through it really quickly. So I want to see what this coloring looks like. Let's see. Yeah, this is nice. It's just like a little, hey, pay attention to this line on the tutorial. I think it should help. And mod support. I do want to do mod support for both Deadlift and Lured In, yeah. I have limited brain space. I feel it. It definitely, like, it is hard. For some people, it might not be a good idea to work this way. It just depends. Like, I feel like, at least for me, it's very enjoyable to kind of have a lot of variety. So I've personally found it very, like, easy for me to go back and forth. But I could definitely see some people, it might be way too much to juggle at the same time. So it just depends on where you're at with your other projects and everything. So, but yeah. You segment out your weeks, like this day I'll work on this game, next day I'll work on that game. I don't really like do a lot of long-term planning of like, this is what I'm doing on each day of the week, because I like to stay pretty flexible. I just kind of like remember, think in my head, like, you know, I look back at when was the last update for Starground. I'm like, all right, I'm going to work on Starground tomorrow. Like, that's basically what I thought yesterday. And I think about like what dates are coming up. So obviously with Starground, we've got a sale coming up. So it just seems like a good time now to kind of pivot more to Starground and focus on getting this next update ready to go. So now, right now, like I'm lured in, takes a little bit more of a backseat. Get the Starground update up, and then the next thing to kind of take priority is going to be Deadlift again. So yeah, it really is just kind of, I mean, right now it's just a very feel-based kind of development cycle, I guess, where I'm just like, I feel like I should work on this today and do this, but yeah. Yeah, mod support for Deadlift and lured in. I would like to do it. I'll at least add in some kind of rudimentary support for it. For sure, so. Alright, but anyways, this list is set up, so if I say give stone brick 20. See, I don't know why it still shows that it's red. It's a little weird to me. And it doesn't ever turn white. There might actually be an issue with the indicator node, possibly. But it shows it correctly in the furnace, so I don't know what's going on with that. It's pretty weird. Feel that's the correct approach rather than a rigid schedule. Yeah, I always like to be flexible about stuff, because, like, I think there's so many factors that go into it. You can't just be like, I'm going to work on this week, and then this week. Because it really depends. Starground is like, it makes more sense for me to spend less time on it right now, just because it's more, the things that I need to work on are smaller and easier and more like detail oriented. But that might change, right? Once I start ramping up, like after February, I'm thinking March for the spring sale, I'll probably be focusing a lot more on Starground for like a big content update. So yeah, it just ebbs and flows. Things kind of change on any given day. It seems like it's good because I can like really swap over quick and work on a thing and get it finished and ready, and then as soon as that's done, then I go move over to the other thing instead of like, oh, time's up, time to work on the other thing, even though I didn't get my update ready for lured in or whatever, you know. So yeah, so far it's been going pretty well, I would say. I haven't really felt like I'm too torn between things. I mean, I do put a lot of time into it. It's a lot of work, but I don't think, it doesn't feel like I've left anything in the dust for too long. So at least hopefully it does to the players. But yeah. So we got an ad starting soon. My apologies, gamers. So why is this not working? Ah, this is why. I have to make sure I'm setting horizontal label modulate back to white. So now it works. So let me go actually mark that down as a fix. And Starground. Ooh. There it is. I don't know, I'm not making these a list. Oh god. What's the keybind for bullet list again? I had to like make it a weird keybind. Alt B. Yeah, there we go. Or horizontal item indicator nodes or whatever. Would not update their color properly. Okay, so that's working in there. We can hover over this and see the stats about it, which is nice. I gave myself an iron ingot 20. Now it shows me place a star launcher with B. I might even change that color actually away from blue to like a bright yellow maybe. Just because I think it's really, this almost merges in too much with like the blue background and stuff. So I think if I did yellow, it would be a good contrast. Let's try that out. So key building. Then here I'll say furnace and color. To smelt metals. We're working toward building a star launcher. Smelt 20 stone bricks from stone and 20 iron ingots from iron ore. Let's go see what that looks like. How long is this? Oh yeah, it is space camp. All right. And then yeah, we had to go through the translation sheet and adjust all the pre-existing translations. It doesn't necessarily mean all of the translations will instantly be out of date, but like we'll want to you know, update those. Let's see what the yellow looks like. Yeah, that's better, I think. A little easier to kind of identify. So guys, I have an inquiry actually. Also ads are over, sorry about that. So the font for Starground, let's talk about this. One thing I've never liked about the font for Starground is sometimes it's hard to tell which letter is a capital letter and which one is a lowercase letter. And it's always been one of those things that have been a little bit annoying. I actually have been using a different font. It's made by the same person, but it's called Grape Soda. And no, what do you guys think about changing the font to something a little bit more readable? Because this one has a much better capital to lowercase vibe. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different fonts, to be honest. We could look around. Yeah, it is a little wacky. Starground, I think the font should be kind of very normal looking. Like, I was almost looking at this font. Like, maybe. I do kind of like it. Just do airy bold. Or even condensed bold might be fine. I mean, I don't know. It would be a lot of work because I'll probably have to go through and fix a lot of the sizes and spacing and stuff, but that looks cool, but it might be hard for anyone who struggles with text. Yeah. Have any feedback from dyslexic folks? As far as I know, I don't know if anybody has dyslexia that's played Starground, but I'm not sure. There are fonts specifically for dyslexia, but I don't know if there's any pixel art ones. It's hard to say. That one's not very readable. This one's pretty interesting. Like the original font though. It is nice, but I just wish the capital letters were a little bit more distinct. I don't know. I mean, I could make my own font. That is an option. It would be a lot of work, but I'm not sure. Can I say what kind of font is good? Should I ask if you had anyone ask? Yeah. Not that I know of. But I do know some people don't like pixel art fonts in general. I mean, I do have an option in the game to disable the pixel art font and just use a regular, like, smooth font. So, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Sure, if you want, you could ask us some subreddits for feedback. That's true, yeah. I could see. I don't know, sometimes I've just found myself typing in chat, like, specifically with, like, commands, and, like, it's hard for me to tell, like, if I'm doing a capital I, because with the font, it's pretty, like, you can see the two I's or I and L and stuff, like, it's hard to tell at glance, like, which one is capitalized, you know what I mean? I mean, you can kind of tell that, yeah, this one over here is the capitalized one, but at a glance, it's really kind of not super readable. And it's tricky because we've also got, like, different devices that this game runs on, like Steam Deck. I imagine that issue is enhanced, right? So it is a complicated problem. Just like, I have this font in my game, is this fine, or what other fonts you suggest? Yeah. Because I want one with the same kind of vibe as this one. I like how it's not completely non-goofy. It does have a little bit of stylization. But for the most part, it's a pretty normal, non-goofy font. That makes sense. I feel like out of all the ones I've seen, this one, like, hits the vibe the most. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to downloading this and putting this into the game just to see what it looks like, you know, because it's really easy for me to test. I just go to fonts. I feel like the one that looks the most same would probably be condensed display. So I could just drop it in, we could experiment. The size of the Godot preview in the stream window, I could almost guess what the text says. Yeah, no, I feel that. How does it know it's a pixel font? It's kind of interesting. WinRAR license. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy WinRAR. Maybe one of these days I will buy WinRAR just for the goofs. But I don't know. So let's go, where do I set the text? I think it's just in global. I have a function that's like set font. Yeah, it says it's a lychee soda. Just out of curiosity, let's try this one, because I am curious to see what happens. Don't know how big your company needs to be, so you're required to buy it. I'm not really sure. And there's probably somewhere where it mentions that. Industries. Like, why would you need to buy it? I'm trying to, like, it's probably in their, like, terms of service, I guess. Oh yeah, also the new fonts in here. This font will not work. It's a little bit too big. This is also one challenge that I've really ran into trying to do different fonts. Is the font that we have in the game is pretty, like, tiny. So it's been difficult to find one that's approximately the same size. I don't know. Do you ship the font with your game? Yeah, I always ship. I'm shipping the font. I think it's way too much of a risk to just assume that people have a good-looking font that'll work with all the UI spacing and stuff. So yeah, I always ship it. This seems like a good idea. I don't know. It's really hard to find one that's gonna work. Because I want it to almost look like the same vibe, but I don't entirely mind the look of this font, but like the issue is it's so much larger by default than the other one is. So like all the spacing and everything in here is like really ruined. It's kind of a problem. Also, that needs to go away at the beginning. See, like, this is way too big over there. The stuff is, like, weirdly... it's all broken. And this looks stupid. I tried Comic Sans? I have not, no. Who knows, maybe. Yeah, it's just not the right vibe. Let's also call reset on this at the beginning. I'm trying to think what we can do about this. I mean, there's a lot of fonts in here. This one isn't terrible, but some of these letters are a little bit hard to distinguish, like O and A is like almost the same vibe. Desktop. I know. My desktop is a mess. Silam. I don't really like how it looks. I wish there was some kind of like standard sizing so I know how big these fonts will actually look in comparison to other fonts, you know? But there just isn't. Like some fonts are just bigger for some reason, and it's annoying. I've looked into doing that resizing. I just don't know how. I think you would need to, well, it says that, but this is just the multiple that you should use. But when you actually show it, like, the thing is that a font at 12 pixel size might be a different size compared to the same font at the same size. You know what I mean? It's really annoying. I wish 12 pixels actually meant 12 pixels, but it doesn't. So I know it seems a little weird that does happen, but I think it's also because some of these fonts have a different horizontal spacing, and that is not standardized either. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's just that it looks larger, but it's really hard to tell. That's why part of me just wants to almost like make my own font, but I don't know. I think this one isn't too bad. It's a lot of work to make a font. But I might have to. Oh, making a font's localization? Yeah. There's a lot of symbols I'm gonna have to do. I mean, for specific languages like Russian and Chinese, I just swap the font to a different one. Just because I don't want to bother having to do all of the different accents and stuff, but yeah. I do like the fonts by that one person that does like Kiwi Soda or whatever is one. But some of them are really kind of almost unreadable. So it's a little annoying. I like the lowercase versus capital on grape soda, but that's about it. And all these ones are like pear soda has the same issue where like the lowercase looks the same. Lychee soda is the one that we're using for Starground. Yeah, I need to make all the accented, the umlauts. Yeah, a lot. I mean, like, these ones are better, but they're not the right vibe. They're more like, they're serifed, and I don't want a serifed font for Starground. Unbalanced. Maybe not the worst one ever. It would probably be about the right size, at least. All these are not gonna work. So this is what we have. See, it almost looks like these are the same size, but they're just like not. I don't know how to describe it. Little Malio. It's not terrible, but it's kind of boring. And this one's almost like too perfect with some of these letters, like the O and A are a 1 pixel difference. Unbalanced isn't terrible, but I worry that it might be a little bit noisy. I mean, I can download it and try it out, but I don't know. Sounds like I might just have to make my own font that's inspired by Lychee Soda, because I like how it looks, but it's just a little... There's a couple characters in there that I think are not great. Like, I really want to make the L like much larger. The capital letters need to be larger and more distinct from the lowercase. So oh, I forgot to change the code, didn't I? So this is unbalanced. Let's try it out. Just see what happens. And you can see in there, I've had to do some code to change the default font size. Because of that issue with the fonts being, and this does not fit the vibe. Right, I have to swap between 12 and 16. It just seems stupid that I have to do that. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't really like this font. It looks like it's kind of like scribed, you know. Starground is a space game, so it should have a you know, sci-fi font. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it at the regular one for now, but I need to start looking into alternatives. I could definitely see, I mean, it's a lot of glyphs, but it's not impossible to do, you know. I mean, there's 354 of them. But I can start working my way through. A lot of these are just variations of the same glyphs, you know. So it's not like that bad. Like these are all just the same A letters, but then they have these things. So you could probably set up like it's a lot, but you could set up like some scripts to automate the generation of these characters. Like you just go ahead and generate the little symbol that goes on top, and then all you have to do is just run through and map all those symbols to all the lowercase characters and stuff. It's not like the worst thing ever. And that would like kind of work for the vast majority of these. Obviously there's some I'm gonna have to go through and do specially. Like this guy, or like, yeah, this one with the little... But I think I could potentially set up a script to do that. I don't know, maybe we will. Because I've grown tired of Lychee Soda. Scope creep at its finest. I know. That's the reason I haven't done it yet, because it's a lot of work. So I don't think I'm gonna bother with it yet, but just kind of something I'm keeping in the back of my mind as a maybe. I don't know. Also, let's see, when I initially make this list visible, I think I want to do modulate.a0. Let's do fade tween. So we do all that and then say if fade tween dot kill, fade tween is create tween. I just want to do a little fade on this because I don't like how it just pops in and out. Tween property self modulate A. 1.0 over the course of half a second. Then we do the same thing on reset. So we set it to 0 over the course of 0.5 seconds. And also just like say await get tree dot create timer or something. Or let's just say, yeah, await fade tween dot finished, then visible is false. It should work. So modulate starts at 0, goes back to 0. And I'll say here, actually doesn't really matter there. Should work okay. And then on ready, I'm gonna say modulate is 0 and also visible is false already. We don't really need to call reset. Spill my own engine from scratch real quick. Yeah. Easier said than done. But I don't know. It would be nice to have like a unified font for all the games I make. But I don't know. That's a lot. Well, for some of them, obviously, like Deadlift's not gonna have a pixel art font, but let's see what this looks like. Okay, does a little fade in. I give myself stone. Oh. Make the games first, I know. It's very true. Okay, so it does that little fade out, which is good. Then here it fades back in. It's just a little less jarring, I think. Then build Star Launcher. Nice. So I want to change that last tutorial there because I don't think it makes sense anymore. So here I want to say, because you've already built a Star Launcher. Oops. What is going on? Okay. Now with a Star Launcher, you could... Oh. Your computer architecture first, your own binary system. Guys, I really think a trinary system would make development easier. Not. Travel to the space hub and trade. Oh my goodness. Was it? It's Alt Enter. Or continue automating on your home planet. I'm sure you have some options. Go explore and find what you like best. Be back to leave tips when you encounter new things. Extra. All right. And then some of these things I want to modify as well. We'll add in our little color tag. God, my tongue is fricked up. We're reinventing the wheel each step. Why even bother? Yeah. Totally right. You're totally correct. I'm mining 10 stone. Color. All right. You have enough to build a furnace. Oops, not image. Press. Oops. Key building. To access the building menu and build a furnace. And I kind of want to put an image like, God, what am I doing? At the bottom of it, just so you know what a furnace looks like. I think it might be helpful. So I'm going to copy that and we're going to experiment really quick before I finalize this stuff. So right here, let's just put it in here. And fix all this. I don't really have to say this is the first step toward automation and dungeoning, but maybe I just remove that. Not sure. Hire people to translate. All the translations are community powered, so it's pretty epic. It's just whoever wants to help contribute. Some of the translations I do fill in with Google Translate, just because not all of these are completely filled out, and if like most of the time it's fine, but for some specific languages with countries where people have very low like English, the very low percent of the population can read English, it's important to make sure that I've translated those things, even if the translations are a little wonky. Like for a tutorial, it's kind of really important to explain what to do if you're Chinese, because otherwise you won't be able to read any untranslated keys. So that's kind of the way I've done it. Yeah, I've thought about like using LLMs for that kind of stuff, but I don't know. I'd rather have real people do it. And so far it's been going good. I mean, I think what I might do at the end of kind of development, or once we're out in 1.0, either I'll see if anybody in the community would like to be hired to like do it professionally for money as like a final pass. And if there are languages that I can't fully get filled out by people who are already in the community, I'll probably just outsource it to somebody, like go hire somebody on Fiverr or something to translate it. Yeah, that'll probably be the best way to do it, I guess. Just so I can make sure that we have like a really good, fully translated set of things, you know. But yeah. And it'll still stay open for community translations afterwards, but I just want to make sure like 1.0 is the big. There's a lot of wish lists right now. Like there's like 30,000 wish lists or something of Starground. And I think a lot of people are just waiting for 1.0. So I want to make sure that when that comes out, it's like there's a lot of you know, it feels pretty polished, because that's going to be the big time when people actually like start playing the game. So I'm going to put an image here. And this is going to be an image of a furnace. Oops, fern base. Ooh, I'm going to copy the path. I just want to see what this looks like. Oh. Let's go. You're already doing on a Sheik. I appreciate it. I might add in like another thing below the furnace thing, but it shouldn't be a big deal. Just the image here. And yeah, you don't have to translate the file path because that would break everything. All right, so let's give myself some stone. Cheats are disabled. Epic. Is community translation acceptable by anyone on Discord? Yeah, anyone is totally welcome. I do need to have like some section or something, just an easy way for people to actually get involved. But yeah, anybody that's interested in translating and helping with the game, just oh, I did it on the wrong line. I was wondering why it wasn't working. Just send me a DM on Discord, and then I'll send you guys all of the stuff you need. So. I know I'm a developer. Yeah. I'm just talking to myself. Right. Game load. Reset tutorials again. Musician and a developer. This is true, yeah. God, my tongue is destroyed right now, guys. I need to like go sand my Invisalign down. It's hurting me. Boom. So now it shows just a little image of a furnace, which I think is good. I just kind of want to like just show the player what they're about to build. I think it just helps a lot. I always think that visuals are king when it comes to like tutorial stuff. I mean, obviously text is kind of necessary, but if I can just be like, this is what this thing looks like, it doesn't matter what language you speak or anything, you'll know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna say image equals 128. I don't know actually what happens if I say that. I might have to do some like, I just wanted to expand on like the horizontal or something to a specific size, but then the vertical can be anything. But I don't know how that actually works. Okay, so by default, it'll just do the width and maintain aspect ratio. Perfect. A translator and artist and yeah, I feel it. Now, unfortunately, translation is one of the things that I can't really do. You can do everything else, but whoa, so that's pretty big. I might decrease the size and then just a little bit. So that was 128. Oh yeah, furnaces are, I forgot they're 32 in Starground. I don't know why I thought it was 64. Jack of all trades, yeah. Okay. Boom. Okay, stone. Yeah, that's a reasonable size. All right, and then the other one that we need to do is just for building the star launcher, which should be pretty much the exact same thing we did over here. Like that. This is going to be Sprite's star launcher. I think it's star launcher, but let me make sure. Star launcher preview is what we need. And also, I think the furnace, I think I might need to do... No, we're good. Never mind. Jack means man. Oh, yeah. Real. Let's go see what this looks like. All right. Reset the tutorials once again. Hello, I am Gilbert. Welcome to Starground. I should totally record that voice line and like make him say that for real. Now build a furnace. It's almost like the same size as the real furnace. Great work. Gather these things using your furnace. Great work. Now build a star launcher. Great work. All right. I think we're pretty much good to go then. Great work. Yeah. AAA Starground, everything has a everything's recorded, yeah. Pretty crazy. Okay, so now I can add more keys in here. Insert row above. Key tutorial, smelt materials. Oops. Build our launcher. And then let's go through and update these. So these ones are good. I need to add the furnace thing though to that one. So just grab this. Build furnace. I can do boom, boom, boom. There we go. And then same with the build star launcher. That one we're just going to copy and paste. Boom. Got this thing again, like that. Great, everything you need. Go ahead and place down a star launcher. Keep building. Does the star launcher preview? Okay. That one's good. And then key tutorial smelt materials. Let's do that guy. Right there, get rid of that. You can use your color equals hashtag FE761 furnace / color. No materials. Start working toward building a star launcher. So you can travel. Okay, I think that's everything in here, right? Got those new ones, then the reworked basics complete. Okay. 10 stone. Can use your furnace to smelt metals. Fungicide description starts with slay, but the other achievements for killing bosses start with kill. Oh yeah. I gotta fix that. Thank you for letting me know. I'll just say you can. I'll just say the decision's yours. There we go. All right, I think we're good. I'll stop changing stuff. I apologize that you have to keep redoing things, Oshik. I don't mean to, but I just want to make sure that I'm happy with what we got set up. Fix these guys. Oh. I think we're good. I'll have to at everyone and be like, hey, new tutorial stuff. What I do in achievements, is that where it says that? Slay Dreadcap. Oh yeah. Let's change this to kill Dreadcap. Yeah, there's a lot of gaps in here that need to be filled out eventually. Translation is hard. You don't really think about it, but games have so much text. So many words. There is... Slay was better? Oh. Well, we can do Slay then. I do like Slay. Slay. There you go. Yeah, this is wild. Now I want to make sure this is not translating this stuff. That's okay. But like there is, for example, the sprites furnace down here. Is that going to translate it? Okay, it did not, which is good. What about this guy down here? Build Star Launcher. Oh. It did a weird thing with this one for some reason where it didn't include the colon and slashes. So this is something that I do have to be careful with using BB code like this. Because like sometimes it gets a little wacky. So for those ones, I'm going to have to go through and correct it manually. But it's not a big deal. Like this one, I'll go ahead and just like, can I like apply or something? Like, I guess I could just copy. Nope, because that does that. Not sure. I mean, it shows the text up here. I guess this is what it's translating into. I don't know how to like apply it. I'm sure there's got to be like a... I don't know. I'll look into that later. I think we're good to go now. All right. Anyways, I think that's going to help a lot with the tutorial. I just wanted to kind of flesh it out a little bit and make it a little more obvious, like what I'm explaining, because this is like the first important part of the game of like, hey, let's build a star launcher. It works. It kind of walks you through the process of how to interact with a building, how to smelt items, how to build stuff, things like that. So I might possibly also add in another, I want to also like, let's see, because we don't have any tutorial for like inputs for rolling, which is one thing. So I might possibly do that first before I start the mine stone tutorial. Right? So I might say, hey, my name is Gearbert. Press these keys to move. Right? And then the next thing is mine stone. So Yeah, I might add another row above. And this is going to be key tutorial inputs. Means player. I know, yeah, it's that's why I have that menu for viewing the past tutorials, because I imagine that's also what I would do. I would probably just skip through this stuff, right? So, but at least it just gives people a little bit of a basis for things. And that's okay if they forget. They can just go back and look at it again. So now in this one, I'm going to say, you can move with X and dash with X. I'll do key dash. I need like a greeting. Hello, adventurer. My name is Gilbert. I'll be aiding you on your journey. You can move and dash with. Everyone knows WASD, but I don't know how I would visually represent it. I mean, for controller, it's easy because it's just a D-pad or whatever. Like I guess I'll just have to show each one. Oh god. Ugh. And also try dashing with key dash. Key, move up. We're gonna have to do all these. A. That's key move left. S is down. And then a right. I guess that'll work. All right. And then down here, now that you can walk, let's dig. Well, I'm not gonna say dig because I don't want to confuse people with a shovel. Let's go mining. So this doesn't need a period. I do want to mention the shovel, but like, I don't know where I would work that in. Let's use your tools. You can use your shovel later for digging up floors. Focus on your mining laser. Then right here, say you can use your mining laser with key. Like that. I'm gonna say you can swap your tools with the swap tool. Yeah. Your shovel can be used later for digging up floors. Just like that. Key swap tool. Yeah, I think that's right. Then shovel can be used later for digging up floors. Try mining, blah, blah, blah. All right, that should be good. Anyways, unfortunately, I have to leave now. It's time to eat dinner. But thank you, gamers, for coming into the stream. I appreciate it. I think this stream. I appreciate it. I think this will be a big help in making the tutorial a lot better working through initially. So let's go raid out. Let's raid Dobbs. Thank you, gamers, for coming in. We're live again on Friday, 3:30 MST. I'll probably be working more on Starground, but we might also do a little bit of Deadlift. Also, alert and update very soon, probably. I don't like how my camera keeps following me, is it? Yeah. I think there's a setting on my camera that does like some like stabilization. It's really weird. Might disable that. Anyways. Oh, we just got, I was literally just about to raid you. Oh man. I had it queued up right here. I was like, this is so sad. But thank you for the raid. What's going on? Yeah. What were you up to today on your stream? Presume more Paper Robot? Yeah, let's go find somebody else to raid then. Yeah, let's go look at my list. Scurry pastry, yeah. Plugging away at the desert chapter, made a nice train yard area. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, your environments are looking pretty sick. I like how things are coming along. It'll be fun to try out the full version. Where was the... What was I looking at? Oh yeah, scurry pastry. Yeah, it's cool stuff. We've been just working on some Starground tutorial stuff again today. I kind of went back through all the starting tutorials and made them all better. Highlighted important words, added images and stuff like that. I just wanted to make it a little easier to work through. But it's going good. I'm just kind of working away at the update for the 7th, which is like a sale. Yeah, anyways, I hate to instantly raid out as soon as you raid in, but I've got to go, unfortunately. We'll go raid Scurry Pastry. But anyways. Oh, you prepared for this? Yeah, okay. Well, it's all good then. I do appreciate it. But yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. We'll be live again on Friday. And I already settled the spiel because we were literally about to raid. Yeah. Goodbye, everybody, and thank you, Dawes, for the raid. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.